At this moment, the girl I have had a crush on for 3 years is lying on my bed. I reached out and touched her pretty face. I was shocked by her beauty. But this time, I no longer had any excitement. I was reborn and returned to the day when I was framed. I knew that this was not Jiang Lin's will. She was drugged and could hardly resist. The person behind this was just trying to frame me. If I were discovered, I would face unbearable consequences, possibly even jail time. Just as I was about to leave in a hurry, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz stopped at the hotel entrance, and Rose's father Jiang rushed into the lobby angrily. Was he going to be discovered? Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. I stared at the mirror. My heart almost stopped beating. Cold water splashed on my face again and again, but it still couldn't eliminate the shock in my heart. After washing several times, the water drops slid down my face, and I became more sober, but I still couldn't believe it. Hu Tao, was reborn. This is not 2022, this is 2004, the year I finished the college entrance examination. The sound of the faucet drowned out my inner sigh. I whispered to myself, but my voice was swallowed by the sound of water. My eyes involuntarily swept to the girl on the bed, Rose. She was the goddess I had secretly loved for 3 years, but tonight she was lying on my bed, her face slightly red, and she was so beautiful that I couldn't deny her beauty. But at this moment, I no longer had the enthusiasm and love I had in my eyes. I thought it was my bold confession that moved her and made her stay in the same room with me tonight. But looking back, it was all just my wishful thinking. What happened tonight was not her own will. She was drugged and could not resist. Her obedience and quietness concealed her inability to struggle. I couldn't stay here any longer. If I left, all the responsibilities would fall on me. I carried Rose on my back and left the hotel quickly without checking out. After walking a few steps, a taxi was already waiting at the door. At this moment, a luxury Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and Rose's father, Jiang, rushed into the lobby angrily. "Jack, are you there?" The girl at the front desk was so frightened that she was speechless and could only point upstairs, number 301. Jiang didn't wait for the elevator and rushed upstairs. The door of the room was kicked open, and no one was there. Jiang was stunned and hurriedly called his daughter, but the phone was still turned off. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and called Rose as homeroom teacher. "Teacher Shu, I'm Rose's father. Please help me find the contact information of Jack's parents." At the same time, Bai Xingxue received a call from Jiang, and he was stunned for a moment. As a lawyer, he knew the seriousness of the matter. If it was true, Jack's life would be ruined. He pretended to be calm, left home in a hurry, and told his wife that he had a case to deal with. Jiang then contacted the police. Surveillance footage showed Jack carrying Rose on his back into a taxi, and his whereabouts were unknown. Because the surveillance camera is too far away and the license plate cannot be seen clearly, I have contacted the traffic police to assist in the investigation. I believe there will be results soon. Bai Xingxue also knew that the matter had become a big deal, and his mind was racing, thinking about how to bring the situation under control. The most effective way is to find him before I do anything stupid. Maybe I can get a lighter punishment. But now there is no news. Just when everyone was extremely anxious, Jiang's phone rang. When Jiang saw the note was daughter, he threw the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground. "Rose, where are you?" "Uncle Jiang, hello. I'm Rose's classmate, Jack." Jiang's face instantly darkened when he heard it was me. "Jack, where's Rose?" The policeman and Bai Xingxue looked at each other, leaning close to the phone without disguising, listening to our conversation. Jiang simply turned on the hands-free mode. "She drank a little, and her phone was turned off, so I couldn't contact you." I quickly explained. I let her rest in the hotel, thinking she could go back when she woke up. But her condition got worse and worse, so I sent her to the hospital. Hearing what I said, Jiang and Bai Xingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Which hospital?" Bai Xingxue asked hurriedly. I panicked and immediately recognized the voice as my father's. I couldn't help but shudder. "Old Bai, why are you here?" "Don't worry about it. Tell me quickly which hospital?" Bai Xingxue urged again. "In the city hospital," I quickly replied. I borrowed a charging cable and contacted Uncle Jiang as soon as I turned on the phone. Before I finished speaking, the call was hung up. I could vaguely hear Jiang talking about going to the hospital. I touched the 2004 Nokia and sighed that it was the treasure I had always dreamed of. I was having fun when I suddenly saw Rose staring at me with wide eyes. I was startled. You're awake. I put the phone down awkwardly and explained. I just called your dad. He should be here soon. Rose just blinked lightly and said nothing. Although she was fuzzy just now, she could still feel what was happening. When I carried her into the hotel room, she must have been panicking, but I didn't do anything and even helped her wipe her face. She seemed to have some complicated emotions and whispered, "Thank you." I shrugged and said, "It's okay. Since you're awake, I'll leave first." She looked at my back, feeling a little disappointed. In the past, she would accompany me to the hospital when I was sick, but now, she just felt that I was perfunctory to her. I stopped and turned around to ask, "What's wrong? Can we still be friends like before?" I couldn't believe my ears when I heard this. She actually wanted to be friends with me? I once gave humbly, and a simple apology and her smile made me intoxicated. But now, I am no longer the person who would sacrifice myself for her. Sorry, being friends is a bit tiring. I shook my head. At this time, a nurse came in. She was young, gentle, and talkative. She smiled and said to me, "Your girlfriend is so beautiful." I quickly corrected her. "She is just my classmate, not my girlfriend." Rose glanced at me and curled her lips in a low voice, obviously feeling unhappy. The nurse smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, it looks like you carried her in on your back." "It's okay, it's okay." I waved my hands and smiled a little bit ruffianly. Seeing my naughty smile, the nurse was not angry, but rather a little happy, and said, "I'll tell you in secret, I like girls who wear white coats, and those who are about 1.6 meters tall are the most suitable." I leaned closer to her. "Then I like your type." The nurse was amused and couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. There was something playful in her smile. "You are so good at talking, you must have had a lot of girlfriends, right?" "No, I have always remained a virgin for love." I responded with a smile and continued to talk nonsense. After the medicine was changed, the nurse seemed to want to say something else, but finally asked softly, "Handsome, how about adding me on QQ?" "Okay, what's your QQ number?" She wrote down her QQ number and handed it to me. "Remember to add me." "Okay." I took the note with a smile and couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It's great to be young. When I was about to leave, Rose looked at me stuffing the note into my mouth and said sourly, "Why didn't you tell me before that you like nurses?" I smiled indifferently. "There are many things you don't know. Take care of it. Bye." I was about to leave. Thinking back to that night, I suddenly realized that I was detained for a long time because of this incident, and I was unable to go to college, which became a regret of my life. But all of this is in the past. Now, I finally have the opportunity to start over. I whispered quietly, "Forget it. Never see you again." Rose heard this inadvertently, and her eyes turned slightly red. She must not understand why I became so cold. At this time, I was also standing at the hospital entrance, waiting for Jiangxia and Bai Xingxue to arrive. Looking at the flashing lights of the police car, my heartbeat accelerated. Fortunately, I ran fast enough, otherwise I would have to go in. "Jack!" Bai Xingxue walked directly to me after getting off the car, his brows furrowed and his expression serious. "What's going on?" Jiangxia and others also rushed over. Seeing that I was safe and sound, they finally put their worries to rest. "It's nothing serious." Rose drank a little at the party and fell asleep. She woke up at the hospital and is fine. I said calmly, with a hint of impatience in my tone, obviously not wanting to dwell on the details. "You should ask the doctor for the specific situation." Bai Xingxue nodded slightly, but still looked at me worriedly. "I'm a little tired today, and I want to go home." The police obviously didn't want to let me go just like that. After all, the truth of the matter had not been fully clarified. They were supposed to follow the procedure and make a record, but at this moment, Jiangxia waved his hand to stop them. "Officer Liu, it seems this is just a misunderstanding. Sorry to bother you." Jiangxia is not a man who relies on luck to get ahead in the business world. He has extraordinary wisdom and means. He was a little anxious today because of Rose's matter, but once he knew she was fine, he immediately calmed down. Rose mentioned my name more than once and always gave me good comments. He knew that I was not the kind of person who would do anything extreme, and out of politeness, he also wanted to avoid making things more complicated. What's more, what happened today was undoubtedly his mistake. "Jack, thank you." Zhang's tone was somewhat sincere, and he added apologetically, "Lawyer Bai, I was wrong about what happened today. I will come to apologize to you another day." Bai Xingxue waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need to apologize, go see the kids." He patted my shoulder, his words revealing a father's tolerance. "Let's go home." Jiangzhe was thinking about Rose, so he didn't say anything more and just turned around to go to the ward. However, I called him at this moment. Uncle Jiang. He stopped and looked back at me, his eyes somewhat puzzled. "Hmm, there's something else?" I smiled and scratched my head, my tone relaxed. "I've already paid the medical bills, 312 yuan, the hotel fee is 128, and the taxi fee is 6 yuan. The total is 446. Just give me 450 as a decimal." I stretched out my hand as a matter of course, and suddenly felt a long-lost sense of tension. 450 yuan. This was my pocket money for most of half a year in 2004. Jiang Zhou was stunned. His eyes couldn't help but tremble, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Bai Xingxue was speechless, coughed awkwardly twice, patted the back of my head, and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Aren't you ashamed? Let's go." Jiang Zhou also came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. I was careless. As he spoke, he pulled out a thick stack of bills from his wallet and stuffed it into my hand. "Jack." I counted out 450 and gave him the rest. "Goodbye, Uncle Jiang. Tell Rose how I am." I held by Xingxue's shoulders and turned away. "Lao Bai, I know Mom doesn't give you pocket money. Tell me what kind of cigarettes you want to smoke, and I'll buy them for you." Bai Xingxue looked helpless and muttered in a low voice. Jiang just stood there, watching us leave, and only came back to his senses when the car disappeared around the corner. "Mr. Jiang, this is Rose's test report. You should take a look." The doctor's examination report made me alert. Jiang took the test report. His face instantly became solemn, and his brows were deeply locked. "Check where Rose went today, who she contacted, and the phone number that sent the message." After Jiang finished his instructions, he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and anxiety, walked into the ward, and his expression returned to calm. "Rose, are you still not feeling well?" Rose saw Jiang coming in, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but then she couldn't help but glance at the door and finally couldn't help asking, "Where's Jack?" "He went back." "What happened tonight?" At this moment, I was sitting in the car. The street scene outside the window was quickly receding, but my heart was full of complicated thoughts. I have dreamed of being 18 years old countless times, but when I really returned here, I found that this familiar place was so strange. My family is not rich, but at least we can say that we are well off. In 2004, my family bought a house in the city center, which was developed by Jiangzhe. At that time, I joked that I should support my father-in-law's business. Rose is an only child, so the house will be hers in the future. Don't tell your mother about what happened tonight. My father and I were standing downstairs, squatting side by side beside the flower bed smoking. Lao Bai and Hiime have two completely different personalities. He is bookish and has a kind, fatherly demeanor, while Hiime is a strict mother who dares to be mean to anyone. Bai Xingxue looked at me while smoking. "Aren't you afraid of your mother? Then I'll tell her that you learned to smoke." I shook my head and said lazily, "You are the one smoking, don't implicate me." Before I finished speaking, I couldn't help but glance at the curtains on the third floor. "May you be blessed." "Mom, Lao Bai is smoking again. He smoked all over me." Suddenly, Hiimei's voice came from upstairs, and it was so cold that it made me shiver. I quickly put out the cigarette and ran away. When I got home, I grabbed the apple on the coffee table, wiped it with my clothes, and took a bite. Hiimei was still talking. Her tone was sharp and unquestionable. However, I was not in the mood to listen to this. I lowered my head and ate the apple with a smile on my face. "Mom, let's not talk about Lao Bai for now. Isn't he worried about the case?" "I am hungry. Can you cook me a bowl of plain noodles?" In my memory, what I recall most is the bowl of plain noodles cooked by my mother. Although I have worked hard for many years, when I return home, I always feel that this is the warmest destination. When she heard me say I wanted to eat plain noodles, my mother, Hiime, immediately started complaining. "It's so late. Why are you bothering me?" However, she still put down what she was doing and walked into the kitchen. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Her voice showed concern. "Didn't you go to the party? Why do you look like a starving ghost?" Hiime couldn't help teasing me as she saw me eating so fast. While eating and drinking the soup, I answered vaguely, "I've eaten a lot of food outside, but in the end I still think yours is the best." Although I was only 18 years old, there was an indescribable sense of vicissitudes in my words. Hiime and her father by Xingxue were stunned, and their eyes suddenly softened. She said softly, "Eat slowly." After finishing the meal, I was faster than usual and took the initiative to go to the kitchen to wash the dishes. "I'll go back to my room first. You two continue." Seeing that my parents were still watching TV, I simply said hello and went upstairs. After the door was closed, Mom walked towards Dad and asked in a low voice, "Where did you go tonight?" Her tone was a little anxious. Dad picked up the water cup, pretended to be calm, and drank a sip of water. "Keep making up stories, and watch me tell you how I'll lie." But his eyes betrayed the lie. Mom knew it at a glance and said seriously, "Your eyes roll every time you lie. When will you change?" Dad had an awkward smile on his face. He didn't want to make my mother worry, so he didn't tell the truth, but now the situation is better and there is nothing to hide. After he finished speaking, my mother relaxed a little. "I believe our son is not that kind of person." She frowned. "Don't hide such things from me in the future." After getting Dad's affirmation, Mom's tone softened. "My son is going to college soon, and he comes home less and less." Alas, there was reluctance in her words. Although she always nags me, my mother starts to feel a little lost when she thinks that I will be leaving soon. While my dad was comforting my mom, I returned to my room, washed up, and sat in front of the computer. My big-headed computer had poor configuration, and it was terribly laggy when playing Legend. After playing for a while, I lost interest in OpenQQ. As soon as I logged in, I was bombarded with messages. During the 3 years of high school, I became a popular figure in the school thanks to my good family and good looks. Today, the college entrance examination just ended, and everyone said goodbye in the group, and the atmosphere was sad. At the graduation party, everyone drank a little, and the atmosphere became heated, so I even mustered up the courage to confess my feelings. The result is not important. What is important is that this period of youth can come to an end. After I closed all the messages, I opened the class group. Everyone in the group was chatting enthusiastically. Many people went to the internet cafe to relax, and the number of people online in the group was off the charts. In addition to saying goodbye, some people in the group were also discussing Jiang Luohan and I. When they saw my profile picture light up, someone immediately added me. "Jack, did you see me helping the school beauty leave?" The group fell silent instantly, everyone waiting for my response. I was not in a hurry, and replied with a vague, "Can't elaborate," and a wicked smile. The group quickly exploded with people making comments. "Brother, please elaborate." I smiled and replied with a few words, "Let's talk next time." At this time, the atmosphere in the group instantly became interesting, and everyone began to speculate. But soon, Jiang Luohan logged into QQ and began to refute the rumors. She said, "I told you. How could Rose like him?" Then, with a hint of relief, she sent another message. "Jack, come out." I was a bit bored, so I left the group. Unexpectedly, Jiang Luohan sent me another private message with a stern tone. "Why did you say that?" I pretended to be confused. "What did I say?" Jiang Luohan was stunned for a moment and didn't seem to understand, but quickly replied, "Forget it. Thank you for your company tonight." After she sent the message, I should have replied immediately as usual, but this time I didn't. A few minutes passed, and she still didn't wait for my reply. "Where are they?" She sent me a message again. I had set myself to invisible mode, and there was a group chat going on at that time. Everyone started discussing whether to go camping, but I had no interest in that. I wasn't familiar with most of the people in the group, so there was no point in going out. Suddenly, my cell phone rang. It was my mom calling. "Who is this?" I answered the phone while yawning. My mother was a little anxious on the other end of the phone. "It's already this late, and you're still sleeping. I left some money on the table for you. Go and have something to eat." I glanced at the 100 yuan on the table and sighed in my heart that my parents had never treated me unfairly. Not long after I hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" I opened the door with a toothbrush in my mouth and foam on my face, and saw Jiang Luohan standing at the door. She was wearing a white dress, standing there in a coquettish manner, looking at me nervously. Next to her stood Lu Chong and Fiona. While brushing my teeth, I asked, "Are Uncle and Aunt here?" My voice sounded a little muffled. "Jack, why are you just brushing your teeth at this late hour?" Jiang Luohan looked at me helplessly. Lu Chong stood awkwardly by the side. Fiona smiled and said, "We are planning to go see Teacher Shu. We will call you to come with us if we pass by." I pondered for a moment and nodded. "Wait for me." I looked at Lu Chong's provocative eyes and sneered in my heart. If it were any other time, I would probably find an excuse to get away with it, but today was different. My goal was clear: to make money and enjoy college life, not to waste time on these things. "Jack, what did you want to do by spreading rumors in the group last night?" Lu Chong's voice brought me back to my senses. Seeing his smug look, I looked down on him. "What did I say?" I asked deliberately, knowing the answer, in a frivolous tone, almost showing off. Lu Chang was about to speak, but was interrupted by Rose. Okay, there's a fruit store over there. Let's go buy some fruit. Her face instantly turned red, and she obviously didn't want to talk about what happened last night. Her reaction surprised me. Did she really care about what happened last night? She caught up with Lu Chang, her voice soft but with a hint of uneasiness. Rose, wait for me. Lu Chang glared and chased after her, leaving Fiona with a thoughtful look on her face. I walked slowly, and when I saw Fiona's gaze, I took out a cigarette and lit it. This habitual action made me feel a little uncomfortable. You don't mind? I saw her shaking her head, and I was relieved. Smoke hung in the air, and I didn't plan to explain my habit to others. Rose had already walked away. I was a little bored smoking and slowly following their steps. Suddenly, she turned back and shouted to me, Jack, what else do we need to buy? She seemed a little anxious with a frown on her face. She saw the cigarette in my hand, and her eyes were complicated. I could almost feel her dissatisfaction. Smoking is bad, she whispered. Lu Chang interrupted. Even though Rose rejected you, you can't just fall into depravity like this, right? I looked at him speechlessly and said coldly, It's none of your business. Lu Chang was stunned. Anger surged to his cheeks, but he couldn't find the right words to refute. How can you talk like that? He pointed at me, his voice trembling. Rose lowered her head with a complicated expression, and it was obvious that she had noticed that I had changed. This change made her feel uncomfortable. Perhaps it was what happened last night that changed everything. She sighed softly and seemed to want to speak, but stopped. After a while, she finally said, I just don't want to fall in love so early. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, but I still caught her emotion. Her words made Lu Chang furious, but I laughed instead. A wise man does not fall in love, I said deliberately, even though I knew in my heart that I was just an ordinary person. My youth was wasted, I said with a wry smile, but Rose suddenly glared at me angrily. What do you say I am? She rushed over to me, and I was stunned for a moment before I realized that she was really going to bite me. I frowned as I felt the pain, looking at her angry and slightly aggrieved eyes. I shook my head in confusion, then wiped the place where I was bitten and turned away. The purpose of today was not to quarrel with them. I had other things to do. Rose, what's wrong with you? Fiona pulled her hand, obviously noticing that something was wrong with her. Rose looked at me leaving, stunned for a while, then came to her senses. Shawan, why was I angry just now? She said to herself. Fiona didn't ask any more questions, but just said softly, Let's go too. I watched them leave, feeling complicated. Chepter 5 pour lao shu, aru de gift. We had agreed to visit Mr. Shu this time. In addition to Rose and her friends, there were about 10 other classmates. However, we were not on the same route, so we agreed to meet downstairs of Mr. Shu. When we arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered there, carrying all kinds of things in their hands, some even bringing cigarettes and alcohol. Rose is here! A shout instantly made Rose the focus of the crowd. Wherever she went, she would attract attention. A few more people will be here soon. Let's wait a little longer. A short-haired girl walked towards Rose with a smile and took her hand. Seeing me standing aside, she flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes and asked in a low voice, Didn't you reject him? Why is he following you? Rose was a little stunned, not knowing how to answer. In fact, it wasn't that I had to follow her, but she asked me to come. She coughed lightly and replied, Today I came to see Teacher Shu. We are all classmates. The girl seemed to understand and showed an I understand expression. Look, teacher, there is no one who doesn't bring anything. It's obvious that she came here just to follow you. I was a little unhappy with her words. Rose didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but she still noticed that I didn't bring a gift. Although she reminded me, I still ignored it. In fact, Teacher Shu never likes us to use our family's money to give gifts. He would be unhappy if we gave too much. Teacher Shu is not an ordinary teacher. He is not fussy about details, but he is respectable. Later I learned that he had lung disease long before we were financially independent, but he never told anyone about it until he died, when he was less than 60 years old. When everyone was present, we entered the building in a mighty procession. Teacher Shu lived in a teacher's apartment that was built in the 1980s. It had been in disrepair for a long time, and the corridor was dark and narrow. The door opened, and when the master's wife saw us, she showed a look of surprise and immediately invited us in. Come in and sit down, come in and sit down, she called out with a smile. Lao Shu, come out quickly, your students are here to see you, someone shouted. I watched all this with mixed feelings. Although Teacher Shu was strict, every time he looked at us, his eyes were gentle. Amid the noise, I took a banana from a pile of fruits, peeled it, and ate it. Jack, this is for the teacher. Seeing this, Lu Chang yelled at me angrily, attracting everyone's attention. I remained indifferent and continued chewing my banana. Instead, I said, the teacher said that he can't finish it. As students, we should share it with him. Some girls looked at me and expressed dissatisfaction. You didn't bring anything and even ate the fruit we gave to the teacher. It's really inappropriate. That's right. No wonder Rose doesn't like you. Someone sneered. How could you do this? A short-haired girl named Han Xiao came over and pointed at me. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Just as everyone was accusing me, Lao Shu coughed twice, and the room suddenly became quiet. The master's wife came over with some displeasure and asked me to apologize quickly. Jack, don't embarrass everyone. I saw their expressions and knew I was going too far. So I quickly said, Teacher Shu, smoking is harmful to your health, so you should stop smoking. Seeing his surprised expression, I suddenly laughed at myself. I didn't expect that I could be so straightforward. Then, I couldn't help but bring up another topic. I've arranged an appointment for you to see Dr. Ho Ming at the provincial hospital. He will be coming to the city to see patients tomorrow. Why don't you go and see him? The master's wife was stunned and shocked. When she heard what I said, she was so excited that she almost cried. Are you talking about Dr. Ho Ming from the respiratory department of the provincial hospital? Her voice trembled a little, and she obviously couldn't believe it. I nodded, and finally the master's wife couldn't help but whispered, Thank you, Jack. Chapter 7. Science schools are destined to make you alone, so I won't go. The people around began to talk in low voices. From the conversation between Jack and his wife, they vaguely guessed that Lao Shu's health might not be good, and it seemed to be quite serious. This heavy atmosphere spread among everyone. No one spoke. They just sat there silently, with worry unconsciously revealed on their faces. Young people's emotions are always easy to show. The only one who was not affected was Jack. He continued to eat his fruit, his eyes fixed on My Fair Princess on TV, occasionally complaining about the stupid things done by the fifth prince. After talking too much, he realized that no one around responded, so he stopped awkwardly. Old Shu said it's nothing serious. Why are you worried? Jack suddenly broke the silence. What will he think when he sees you guys like this? His words eased the atmosphere a little. Although everyone was still worried, they gradually relaxed a little. Rose glanced at Jack and asked in a low voice, How do you know about Teacher Shu? I don't know. Jack smiled and answered casually, Giving cigarettes and alcohol as gifts is too vulgar, and giving fruits as gifts is too wasteful, so I thought of giving something different. Anyway, Lao Shu is fine, so it doesn't matter if I go to see him. Rose obviously didn't believe it, and the people around her also looked at him with suspicion. Jack spread his hands, paused, and then said, Then I'll tell you the truth. I can tell fortunes. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Lu Chang couldn't help laughing. Yeah, maybe it's just a guess. But as Mr. Shu's favorite student, I still thank you. Lu Chang's words were a little dissatisfied, but also seemed a little helpless. Jack smiled, and suddenly the atmosphere became relaxed, and everyone began to talk about other things. Han Xiao then discussed the plot of My Fair Princess with Jack. She couldn't help but criticize. Fifth Prince gave up his kingdom, left behind Jihua, and chose to go far away with Xiao Yanzi. That's called affection. It's not stupid. Jack glanced at her disapprovingly and muttered, She's been brainwashed by Aunt Xiong again. She can even whitewash the role of abandoning her wife and children. He felt that arguing with her about this matter was an insult to his personality. Okay, I'm stupid. Jack pretended to be helpless, then said seriously, Stupid me. If I had the chance to choose, of course I would take them all. The girls looked at him with disdain, while the boys nodded secretly, feeling some approval in their hearts, but not daring to express it. Rose, it's a good thing you rejected him. This guy's ideas are a bit dangerous. Han Xiao took Rose's arm and teased with a smile. Rose lowered her head helplessly, her face flushed, as if she was thinking of the confession again. Jack's blunt words made her feel a little embarrassed, especially when he brought up that matter in front of everyone. Okay, stop talking. Rose stopped Han Xiao with a red face. She raised her head unconsciously and glanced at Jack secretly, but she felt more and more uncomfortable. She began to realize that Jack really didn't seem to take her seriously. By the way, Jack, which school are you planning to apply to? Fiona suddenly spoke up and sat next to Jack to start chatting, breaking the atmosphere. Rose stopped what she was doing unconsciously after hearing this, and she was also a little curious. Jack thought about it and answered calmly. My mother wants me to apply to a medical university or a teacher training college so that I can get a stable job. My father wants me to go to science and engineering. But I have some different ideas. Jack looked at the people around him and continued. Oh, what do you think? Fiona seemed a little curious. Jack tapped the table with his finger and began to list his thoughts one by one. The Polytechnic University is a Buddhist temple, destined to be alone. I will definitely not go there. Although there are many female students in normal colleges, being a teacher is too boring. I am used to being free and easy, and I am not interested in misleading students. After he finished speaking, Lu Chong obviously agreed. You still have some self-awareness. The people around him looked at Jack with smiles, and his answers always triggered laughter. What about medical university? Why don't you want to go there? Fiona continued to ask. Obviously, she was curious about Jack's choice. Jack shook his head and said with a smile, it's true that there are more girls, but it's even scarier to have a doctor as a girlfriend. If I make her angry, she might stab me dozens of times. Every stab will avoid vital parts, and it will hurt, but in the end it's just a minor injury. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Jack's answers were always so unexpected. According to your way of thinking, do you want to go to a financial school? Fiona guessed while laughing. Jack smiled and gave a thumbs up. Smart. Everyone was surprised. Fiona really guessed it right. People around began to whisper, feeling that Jack's choice was too unexpected. Okay, don't waste everyone's time. Jack clapped his hands and changed the subject. Our house is too small. It's not convenient to eat. Let's go out to eat. At this time, the teacher's wife and Lao Shu came out after chatting, and everyone stood up and prepared to leave. Jack also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could go to eat. I'm so hungry. I haven't even had breakfast. He couldn't help but mutter. You deserve it. It's your fault for making you get up so late. Rose spoke, and there seemed to be a hint of resentment in her eyes as she looked at Jack. Chapter 8. Rose's Little Thoughts, rejected for the first time. After Lao Shu led everyone to sit down in the restaurant downstairs, he handed out menus to each student and asked everyone to order their own dishes. After a while of shirking, Jack couldn't stand it anymore and took the menu on his own initiative. He knew that although Lao Shu's salary was not high, it was not a big problem for him to have a meal, especially since the class had good results in the college entrance examination this time. Lao Shu would also get a bonus. Beef and sour soup, steamed sea-bass sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Jack ordered a bunch of dishes. Seeing Chun Xiao sitting opposite him, he couldn't help but smile and said, if you can't finish it, I can take it back for dinner, okay? Everyone was a little surprised. After all, Jack ordered a lot of dishes. Okay, that's all for now. He looked around and thought it was enough, so he returned the menu to the waiter. Everyone was talking and laughing. The atmosphere was relaxed, but Jack felt that this joy seemed to have nothing to do with him. He couldn't get into the topic. Everyone was talking about F4, Meteor Garden, and the like, and he just felt a little out of place. At this moment, he suddenly missed the party in 2022 when everyone played with their phones and dispersed after dinner. At the party now, everyone seems to be still very reserved. Rose also seemed a little silent. Chen Xiao noticed her abnormality and patted her hand gently. Rose, what's wrong? You looked so worried when you came out of the teacher's house. Rose glanced at Jack, lowered her head, and opened her mouth slightly. It's okay. She thought to herself that Jack always avoided her today and was not as close to her as before, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Jack, you're going to make teacher Shu spend money. A classmate couldn't help but teased as he looked at the table full of delicious food. This meal you ordered has cost teacher Shu all his pocket money for a month. Everyone joked with a smile. Teacher Shu and his wife sat aside and smiled. Although they were frugal on weekdays, they were happy to see the students coming. It's okay, just eat what you like. See what else you want to eat and order whatever you want. The teacher's wife also greeted everyone happily. Jack looked around and muttered to himself. Everyone's grades are so good this time. Teacher Shu must have received a lot of bonuses. At this time, Lu Chong suddenly asked Jack, Jack, if the city's top scorer is really from our class, who is most likely to be the top scorer? Jack looked at Lu Chong and smiled. Don't worry, it's definitely not you. Everyone laughed. Lu Chong asked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Then who could it be? Jack answered slowly. Fiona. Me? Fiona was a little surprised. She was drinking millet porridge and seemed a little surprised to hear Jack talking about her. Yes, Jack said with a smile. If I am really the city's top scorer, the bonus will be quite a lot. Please treat me to a meal. No one was surprised by this answer. Fiona also agreed with a smile. Okay, if I am really the top scorer, I will treat you to a meal. This answer stunned the students around, especially Jack, who didn't expect Fiona to agree so readily. That's a deal then. You decide what to eat. Jack smiled with a hint of pride on his face. Chun Xiao whispered to Rose, Rose, Jack couldn't pursue you, so he went after Fiona? Rose heard this. She suddenly felt a sense of loss. She was already unhappy, and after hearing Chun Xiao's words, she became even more upset. She suddenly felt that something that originally belonged to her was about to be lost. Suddenly, she felt uneasy in her heart. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't help asking, Jack, my father said let's have dinner together tonight. Are you free? She looked at Jack nervously, with expectation in her eyes, as if she hoped Jack would agree. Jack was stunned for a moment, with a complicated expression. He didn't plan to have much contact with Jiangxia, and only met him because of the investment. Maybe later. I'm not free tonight. He refused decisively. Rose was stunned. This was the first time she took the initiative to invite Jack, but was rejected. The atmosphere around them suddenly became awkward, and everyone noticed this. After finishing the meal, some people got up and left. What are your plans for the afternoon? Lao Shu asked everyone. Some people planned to go to the teacher's house to play, but Jack shook his head and said, their activities are too boring. I'll go and have fun on my own. He stood up, said hello to everyone, and prepared to leave. I want to go to the game room. Would you like to join me? Jack had just walked out of the restaurant when he suddenly heard Fiona's voice behind him. Game hall? Are you sure? Jack was a little surprised. Fiona always gave people the impression of being a good student with a strong bookish air. Why would she want to go to the game hall? Fiona smiled, revealing a mischievous expression. I've wanted to go for a long time, but never had the chance. Chapter 9, What I Miss Most Are the 3 Years with You. Lao Shu's teacher's apartment was not far from the school, and there was a game hall nearby. Although the environment was poor and even smoky, many students liked to go there. As soon as Jack entered the game hall, he was immediately recognized. Jack, you're here. A yellow-haired young man put down his pool cue and walked over. When he saw Fiona, he was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly, Who is this? Sister-in-law. Before Fiona could think of how to explain, Jack smiled and patted the yellow-haired man on the head. What sister-in-law? This is my classmate. The yellow-haired man apologized with a smile. Oh, sorry. What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you. Mineral water is fine. How about you? Jack asked Fiona. Same, thank you. Fiona responded politely. When Huang Mao went to get some water, Fiona whispered to Jack. Are you familiar with him? We have known each other since we were young. Something happened to his father, and my husband helped him with the lawsuit. After he won the case, he received a lot of compensation. Jack explained simply. Not long after, the yellow-haired guy came over with water and said, Jack, go to the bar and get the game coins. You can play whatever you want. Jack nodded and said, Okay, you go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry about us. The yellow-haired guy went away and continued playing billiard. Jack walked to the bar and saw a girl sitting in front of the computer playing Audition. The keyboard was clacking and the counter was vibrating. Jack smiled and shouted, Boss, give me 20 coins. The little sister looked up and saw that it was Jack and shouted in surprise, Jack. Then she took out the game coins and said, Have fun. Don't worry about me. Just keep playing. Jack took the coins and started looking for the machine. He sat down in front of a moonlight treasure box and turned to ask Fiona, What do you want to play? King of Fighters? Legend of the Three Kingdoms? Fatal Fury. Fiona was like a curious baby, pointing at the people playing nearby and saying, What are they playing? It looks fun. Metal Slug, that's great. Jack said with a smile. Fiona's eyes flashed with excitement. Then let's play this. At the beginning, Fiona was not familiar with the operation and died several times, but she soon got the hang of it and never died again after the third coin. Jack was still guiding her, but soon found himself the one who was holding her back. Monster! After another failure, Jack put down the joystick and prepared to smoke a cigarette to calm down. But he searched for a long time, but couldn't find a lighter. When he was about to ask Huang Mao to borrow one, Fiona's voice came softly. You left it on the table during dinner. She lit Jack a cigarette, and Jack felt a long-lost warmth, and his heart was moved. This was the first time a girl lit a cigarette for him. Jack looked down at Fiona and found that they were very close. Rose's beauty was stunning and noble, while Fiona's beauty was more gentle and peaceful, with tenderness in her eyes. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Fiona looked at him and smiled, then continued playing the game. No, it's just too beautiful. Jack couldn't help but blurt out. Fiona smiled slightly. Her fresh temperament made people feel like spring breeze. She stretched, showing off her graceful figure, and stood up to straighten her clothes. Thank you, I had a great time today. I'm leaving now. See you next time, she said as she skipped away with her hands behind her back, leaving Jack standing there without having time to say anything. Jack watched her disappear at the stairs, and suddenly felt a little empty in his heart. As soon as Fiona arrived downstairs, she took a deep breath of fresh air, looked back at the game room, and smiled. I should have forgotten it a long time ago. There was a hint of nostalgia in her eyes, but I still remember it. She walked into the house, closed the window, sat in front of the computer, opened her space, and wrote the first post. What I miss most is the ray of sunlight in the early morning that fell on you through the window. I saw it for 3 years and loved it for 3 years. Chapter 10. Before, I was ignorant. Jack sent Fiona home. He returned to his own residence. He is no longer at the age where he can fall in love with someone because of a single touch. There is a big distance between him and Fiona. After going to college, one of them lived in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and the other lived in Beijing. Their life trajectories no longer intersected. He never considered long-distance relationships. He firmly believed that distance does not create beauty, but only leads to the intervention of a third party. When they got home, Hime had already prepared dinner and was waiting for Jack to come back. She looked at him and reminded him, Rose called a few times. You should call her back later, just in case something happens. I'm on vacation the day after tomorrow. Let's go to the telecommunications store to look at mobile phones. I'm going to college soon. I need a mobile phone so it's easy to contact. Jack was not moved at all when he heard this. In his early years, he might have been happy to have a mobile phone, but now he feels that the mobile phone is just a tool for communication. There is no Momo, Tantan, live broadcast, short video. These have nothing to do with him. You don't need to buy a cell phone for now. Jack replied calmly, his tone even. Hime was stunned. What did you say? Jack made up an excuse. Having a mobile phone will increase the possibility of premature love. You don't want to be a grandmother at a young age, do you? He teased with a smile. Hime was stunned, and it was obvious that she was a little worried. She stared at Jack, thinking for a long time, and then said unhappily, If I find out that you dare to harm the girl, I will break your legs. After threatening, she changed her tone and said, But you still have to buy a mobile phone. Otherwise, you will go to college and there will be no news every 2 or 3 days. Who knows what you are doing? I haven't gone to college yet. Jack responded calmly, I'll buy the phone myself so you don't have to worry about it. Hime couldn't believe it. You go buy it yourself? You have money. Jack shrugged, his words full of confidence. Just because I don't have it now doesn't mean I won't have it in the future. Just don't worry about it. To be honest, I feel a little embarrassed to use your money now. Jack quietly, feeling a complicated feeling in her heart. She didn't speak for a while, but she couldn't hide her inner sense of loss. She stared at him with a heavy gaze, as if Jack's words made her feel that her position in his heart had changed. Suddenly, Hime's voice turned cold. Jack, does your dad have someone else outside? What? Jack looked confused. Old Bai is not that kind of person. Did you get it wrong? Hime's tone was full of helplessness. Jack finally understood that his words, I don't want to spend money, had caused her to misunderstand him. Mom, eat more vegetables and stop thinking too much. He quickly changed the subject to ease the embarrassment. I just want to try to do some business and start a business. It doesn't mean I don't recognize you as my mother. Jack said helplessly. Hime heaved a sigh of relief, but then she started nagging again. You should have fun during the summer vacation, study hard in college, and don't just think about having affairs. It would be even better if you could find a girlfriend in college. By the way, what is your relationship with Rose? Hime continued to ask. Jack said helplessly while eating. How about, you should care about whether Lao Bai has found a mistress. He joked. Look, he didn't come back so late. There must be something wrong. Hime rolled her eyes at him angrily. Get lost. You're always making jokes when it comes to business. You're like this, and you're still starting a business. Don't let others cheat you, and then count their money. After dinner, the phone rang. Jack wiped his mouth and answered the phone with a sly look. Hello, who is this? Jack. Where did you go this afternoon? Rose's voice came from the other end of the phone. She heard that Jack and Fiona left together, and she couldn't help feeling anxious. In the afternoon, let's go to the game hall to play. Jack answered casually. Don't you have a computer at home? Why do you still go to the game hall? That kind of place is too messy. It's best not to go there again in the future. Although Rose's words were caring, they always made people feel a little unhappy. Thanks for the reminder. Is there anything else? Jack responded coldly. Rose was stunned and silent for a while, and finally asked faintly, Jack, can we still be like before? Before, I was ignorant and harassed you. I'm sorry, Jack said calmly. He did not mention the past anymore. After all, the good times in high school were gone. Now he was no longer the kid who only tried to please Rose behind her back. After going through many things, Jack's mood has changed. There seemed to be Rose sobbing on the other end of the phone. Jack was stunned when he heard it, but the phone had already been hung up. Maybe I heard it wrongly. How could she cry? Jack shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. Chapter 11, could it be Jack? Jack leaned on the sofa, staring at the TV, feeling a little uneasy. Mom, what is Lao Bai busy with? Why isn't he home so late? Aren't you worried? It was already past 9 o'clock, and Jack called Lao Bai, but Lao Bai just said he was busy and hung up. Lao Bai was usually busy with his career, but he rarely didn't come home so late. Your uncle encountered some problems and asked your father for help to deal with it. He may be back late. Ime responded indifferently, trying her best to prevent Jack from worrying. Uncle. When Jack mentioned his uncle, he imagined a fat man with a big waist and a gold chain. His uncle used to do well and made a lot of money, but as time went by, his business began to decline. Jack remembered that his uncle's business gradually declined after he was released from the detention center. What's wrong with Uncle? Jack asked, feeling a little doubtful. Hime's face looked a little solemn, but she quickly changed the subject and said perfunctorily, It's no big deal. Your father is helping to solve it. She didn't want Jack to worry too much. Jack felt uneasy after hearing this, knowing that Ime was not going to reveal more, so he turned back to his room. During that period, his uncle's business had been doing well since 2000, but in 2004, when Jack was detained in the detention center, his business suddenly collapsed. Jack had asked about the specific reasons for the bankruptcy, but no one was willing to tell him. Jack knew that he couldn't help now, and there was no point in getting anxious, so he decided to wait until tomorrow to find out the details. He turned on his computer and casually opened QQ Space, and found that it was full of non-mainstream Martian text and black and white photos, with all kinds of cool words, which almost made people want to run away. However, among all the crazy content, a fresh post caught his eye. The concise text was very different from the cool content. Jack clicked on it and found out that it was Fiona's post. As expected of a top student, even a post is so artistic. There were many comments below, and some people asked her if she had someone she liked, but Fiona didn't reply. Jack saw his name appear in the comments, and he was a little curious. Could it be Jack? He mischievously copied the sentence and threw it over, thinking that maybe no one would respond. He immediately turned to the class group, and Lu Chong was organizing everyone to go camping. The location was on a mountain not far from the city, where they could see the sunrise, the stars, and fireflies. Many people were eager to try and express their willingness to participate, but some were hesitant, mainly because they wanted to know whether the girl they liked would go. Is Rose going? Someone asked in the group. Jack realized that the person who commented on Fiona's post was Rose. He hadn't noticed it before, and it was only then that he came to his senses. Rose was online and suddenly sent Jack a private message. Camping? Are you going? Jack saw the message. He was stunned. Rose's eyes were slightly red, and she looked like she had just cried. She originally said she would ignore Jack, but when she saw Jack's profile picture light up, she couldn't help but send a message. I want to go and have a look, Rose replied, seemingly with a hint of hesitation. Jack looked at the computer screen and suddenly realized that Rose might really want to go, and her mood didn't seem as strong as she appeared. He smiled and responded, Okay. Seeing Jack's reply, Rose finally sent a message in the group. I want to go. This message was like a stone thrown into the calm water, instantly causing a commotion in the group. When Lu Chong learned that Rose was also going, he seemed particularly happy and continued to promote the camping activity. We will set up the tent, cook, and have a bonfire party at night. He was full of energy and tried to get everyone to join in. At this time, Rose added another sentence in the group. Jack is going too. This news surprised everyone. Almost everyone knew that Jack liked Rose, but Rose had clearly rejected him before. Now she took the initiative to help Jack sign up, and everyone was a little surprised. Not long after, another person who had been silent spoke up. I'm going too. The person who sent the message was Fiona. Chapter 12. Shopping malls are like battlefields. Rose looked at the messages in the QQ chat group in disbelief and suddenly had a bad feeling. Thinking about it carefully, During the 3 years of high school, she was sure that Jack liked her, and his relationships with other girls were pure. With Fiona, after all, one is a top student who studies hard, and the other is a naughty and unambitious problem teenager. No matter how you think about it, there shouldn't be much connection between these two people. Rose frowned, but still sent a message to Fiona. Xiaowan, where did you go this afternoon? I wanted to go to the library with you, but I didn't see you after I left the hotel. Fiona replied to the message faster than Jack, and after a while, a series of beeps came from the earphones. The game room. It's really fun. Rose's heart suddenly ached. He asked tremblingly. With Jack, in her heart, she still held on to the last glimmer of fantasy. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Yeah, Rose felt abandoned. My head was dizzy, and I kept thinking about a problem. If I refuse, will it be impossible? During the 3 years of high school, she had long been accustomed to Jack following her around. But I seemed to have lost him. Rose didn't continue the conversation. After closing the chat box, I opened the QQ space again, turned to Fiona, as post, and saw Jack, as comment. Fiona responded to his comment. Just 2 simple words. You guess. The reply to him, among dozens of comments, may have explained the problem. No. After thinking for a long time, a hint of determination flashed in Rose's eyes. Asshole, I must find you back. Jack naturally didn't know what Rose was thinking. By this time, he was already fast asleep. It seemed that nothing could disturb his good sleep. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly outside. Jack walked out of the room. He saw someone sleeping on the sofa in the living room. The sofa sank visibly, which was really difficult for it. Jack is awake. Jack could even get close to the couch. Footsteps woke him up. Uncle, why don't you go to your room and sleep? There is an empty room in the house, where relatives usually sleep when they come over. Heetsung sat up with a tired look on his face and pinched his head with his fingers. Have a drink of water first. Jack poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Heetsung didn't hesitate to take the cup and took a sip. The water temperature was just right. I said I was going to look at some more information, but I fell asleep before I knew it. Heetsung said this and picked up the phone on the coffee table and looked at it. Hey, it's already 10 o'clock. No, I have to go to the factory again. Heetsung's eyes were red, his face was yellow, and he looked extremely haggard. Jack, I'm leaving now. Here, this is the pocket money your uncle gave you. Heetsung stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he took out his wallet and took out $200 bills and handed them over. This is Heekong. He is not very educated, but he is really good to Jack. Uncle, take a rest before you go. Jack took the money. He knew his uncle's temper and would be unhappy if he didn't accept it. But I am still very worried about his current condition. If you end up ruining your health, it would be more trouble than gain. But Heetsung showed a very forced smile. Phoenix, tell your father when he wakes up. I'm leaving first. It has been too much trouble for him during this period. After Heetsung finished speaking, he took his coat and went out. Maybe because I was still sleepy and felt dizzy, I forgot to take the documents on the coffee table with me. Jack stopped trying to persuade her. He would not listen until the problem was solved. Looking at the file bag on the coffee table, he opened it without any hesitation. Jack looked at the information on the file, his brows gradually furrowed. It took me half an hour to finish reading all the content. After reading it, he finally understood why his uncle had such a sad face. If it were me, I might not feel good either. Being betrayed by the person you trust the most is a trauma that cannot be measured by money. Jack walked to the windowsill and lit a cigarette. He only smoked half of it and gave the other half to the wind. Judging from the information on the document, my uncle has really reached his dead end. Now the capital chain is broken, and there is only 1 week left before salary payment. In addition to the employees' wages, there are also the balance payments to the material suppliers and the bank loans to pay. If the whole of more than 1 million yuan is not handled properly, this garment factory where he has poured all his efforts will be completely ruined. However, there is still hope. We still have a backlog of more than 60,000 pieces of ready-made garments. If we can get the orders, the problem will be solved. But it's not so easy to get an order of 60,000. What's more, it was because of these 60,000 pieces of inventory that he was in his current predicament. 60,000 pieces. If the cost is kept at 20 yuan, that's still more than 1 million yuan. Have you read the information? Tell me what you think. Bai Xingxue didn't know when he woke up. Sitting on the sofa in pajamas, I continued to read materials. His condition was not much better than Heetsung's. He had been busy all night. My uncle was obviously set up by someone. What was the purpose of that person? Jack was also a little confused. He learned from the information that his uncle got an order a few months ago through an introduction from a friend. The order is not big, just a few thousand pieces. However, the other party was very generous and transferred the money immediately after signing the contract. Hee-sung likes to deal with honest people, and he became familiar with them after a while. Later, Hee-sung received more and more orders, and the number of orders increased, gradually exceeding the productivity of the garment factory. Hee-sung naturally didn't want to see the orders he had received fly away, and he learned from the other party that the number of orders in the future would only be larger. In order to get a hold of this piece of fat meat, Hee-sung took out a bank loan and spent a large amount of money to purchase several sets of new equipment, and the factory was also expanded. At the beginning, Hee-sung was also careful and controlled all costs within his acceptable range. Even if there is a problem, it can be solved. But the other party seemed to want to allay his concerns by giving bigger and bigger orders, and was as straightforward as ever when it came to payment. Hee-sung slowly relaxed his vigilance. Last month, they placed another order, this time for 100,000 pieces at one time. Hee-sung was ecstatic when he received the order. The profit from this order was comparable to his income from the previous year. However, something went wrong when signing the contract. The other party is only willing to pay a 10% deposit, and the rest will be paid in batches. Hee-sung was also embarrassed at first, but then he thought about how honest the other party had been in the past, and how there had never been any problems during their several interactions. Out of trust, I really agreed. When the agreed batch delivery time came, the other party said that the finance department was sick and on leave, and payment would take some time, so there was no need to take the goods for the time being. Although Hee-sung realized that something was wrong, he didn't think much about it and just slowed down the production speed. But when I contacted that person again later, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, with no news from him at all. At this time, there were already 50,000 pieces in stock. Hee-sung has already spent all his cash on upgrading equipment and purchasing raw materials. I also took out a lot of mortgage loans from banks. In order to place this order of 100,000 pieces, other orders were rejected. If there's a problem with this order and I can't get paid, then I'm completely finished. This is exactly what Jack can't understand. Hee-sung was finished, but it seemed that he got nothing after the other party ran away. Jack frowned, looked at Bai Xingxue and asked uncertainly, "Is it malicious competition from peers?" Lao Bai said, "There is no direct evidence that it was done by the opponent, but there is one thing worth noting." "What?" "There is a sportswear brand called Kappa Abroad that is looking for an agent factory in our city. I visited your uncle during the inspection, and he was interested in cooperation." "Kappa," Jack muttered. In 2004, this brand was quite popular. However, it failed to keep up with the demands of domestic consumers and failed in its transformation, and eventually declined. But for now, if he wants to find an agent processing factory in Hanjiang City, it will undoubtedly be huge good news for the garment factories in Hanjiang City. "So you suspect that someone deliberately wants to disrupt my uncle's funding chain so that they can acquire the clothing factory. This way, they will have one less bidding competitor and improve their own competitiveness." Lao Bai nodded. "This is the most likely possibility. Only people in the industry can easily handle the first few batches of orders. The business world is like a battlefield. When it comes to profit, everyone will do anything to achieve their goals." Jack wasn't too surprised by this. When I started my business in my previous life, I encountered many difficulties, but I was able to overcome them every time. "Old White, do you think that as long as we deal with this batch of inventory and recover enough funds, all problems will be solved?" "Yes, but it's not that easy." Jack stretched, a gleam in his eyes. "I didn't expect that after being reborn, before I could enjoy the days of leisure and comfort, I would have to return to the intrigues of the business world. Call my uncle and tell him I can help him get his funds back." Chapter 13, let's give it a try. "Jack, is there really a way? Raise 1 million in 1 week." Hee-sung came over immediately after receiving Bai Xingxue's call. Now he has no way out. "We can only try our best to save the situation." Jack calmed down. "In his previous life, my uncle lived a good life after going bankrupt. He even lost a lot of weight and became healthier. Thinking of this, there is nothing to worry about. It's just 1 million, right? Don't you have more than 60,000 pieces of clothing piled up in your warehouse? You can sell them, and you'll have them." Hee-sung had a bitter face, with the fat on both sides of his cheeks drooping. "Jack, I'm just a rough man, not very educated. Your father said you have a way, so you must have a way, so stop talking bad about your uncle. If it were so easy to sell 60,000 pieces of clothing, I wouldn't be so anxious." Jack smiled and said to Hee-sung, Uncle, if there is no other solution, let me handle those 60,000 pieces of clothing. I'll try to raise 1 million within a week. Hitsung didn't know whether Jack was joking or serious, so he quickly looked at Bai Xingxue standing beside him. Bai Xingxue said, "Let Jack tell you his ideas. If you think it is feasible, let him try it. If you think it's not working, then think of other ways." Hitsung thought for a moment and nodded. "I've tried every possible solution, and none of them work. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to listen to what Jack is going to do." Jack saw Hitsung agreed. He took out paper and pen and began to explain to him. At this time, he missed the computer projection of later generations, which was much more convenient than paper and pen. The reason you think 60,000 pieces are endless is because you see it as a whole. It's really hard for someone to place so many orders at once. What if the 60,000 pieces are split up and sold separately? Hitsung sighed, thinking that Jack had come up with some good idea. I didn't expect it to be this. I could only shake my head helplessly. The retail volume is too small. I don't know when the 60,000 pieces will be sold out. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jack make a heavy scratch on the paper. Of course, it would be hard for one or a few people, but what if there are hundreds or thousands of people? Hitsung said, "The market is not that big." Jack spread his hands and asked back, "Why do I need a market? I'm not going to sell in the market. It is basically impossible to expect to make $1 million in a week through the market." This time, not only Hitsung was confused, but Bai Xingxue beside him was also bewildered. What do you mean?" Jack continued to explain. "Have you heard of the street stall economy? It's just a street stall." Hitsung nodded and motioned for Jack to continue. Jack drew a flowchart on a piece of paper and handed it over. Many people want to start a business and make money, but they are more or less afraid to do it because they are worried about losses. All we have to do is eliminate the worry. The vendors don't have to pay for rent, water, or electricity. Their only concern is whether they can sell the goods they buy. If we tell them that we will buy them back at the original price, or even a higher price if we can't sell them, what will be their reaction? After Bai Xingxue understood, he quickly picked up Jack's manuscript paper. After looking at it, his face was full of disbelief. But he didn't interrupt Jack and let him continue. "Let those who want to do clothing business buy goods from us, and we will provide them with business guarantees. For example, if someone comes to us and takes 100 pieces of clothing and doesn't sell them for half a month, we will buy them back at the original price. If he sells 50 pieces, we will add 5 yuan to each of the remaining 50 pieces for recycling. The less there is left, the higher our recycling price will be. Just treat it as a short-term financial product. Do you think they are willing to buy from us?" Hitsung also understood and nodded. This is equivalent to transferring the business risk directly to yourself. Dealers will have no worries. Hitsung still had some things he didn't understand. He shook his head and asked Jack, "If we can't sell them, we won't make any money." Jack sighed. "My uncle has been doing business for so many years. How did he survive until now?" However, considering that he was his uncle, he still spoke patiently. "Even if he can't sell any of them, do we have to keep the money he paid for the goods for half a month? Does all the money earned in half a month belong to us?" Bai Xingxue and Hitsung were both silent. After a long while, Bai Xingxue spoke. "So, you didn't plan to sell these stocks from the beginning, but to quickly recover the funds through this method?" Seeing Jack nodded, Bai Xingxue frowned and said, "But this is also a stopgap measure. What if everyone comes to return the goods in half a month, and we don't have the money to pay?" Jack didn't rush to answer, but picked up the teacup and took a sip. After a long while, he spoke in a calm tone. "If everyone withdraws their deposits from the bank, there will definitely not be enough cash in the bank. But banks never worry about this problem because people are constantly depositing money into them. When people withdraw money, they only take out the money that was deposited by the previous person." Bai Xingxue had dealt with many wealthy people and understood some financial principles, but he didn't expect to hear it from Jack today. For a moment, his expression was a little complicated. Hitsung also understood. His face looked much rosier, and this time he really saw hope. "Uncle, special times call for special methods. The most important thing now is where to find so many people to come and buy goods from us." Hitsung nodded quickly. Now he kind of admires his nephew. For those who can think of using banking thinking to make money, their future achievements will definitely be limitless. Jack said again, "What I'm thinking of now is that we can give priority to promoting it among factory workers and college students. Workers come from less well-off families and want to make more money, while college students have more time, ideals, and ambitions, and are more motivated. These two groups of people have one thing in common, which is that they are worried about losing money. If we solve their worries, their enthusiasm will definitely be very high. Besides, at this point, Jack was silent for a moment. If there are not enough people, you can consider recruiting more people. For every person we introduce, we will give you a certain commission. You should all be familiar with intermediary services. Sung read the manuscript written by Jack over and over for a long time, and after a while he slowly stood up. Jack, I think we can give it a try. You decide how to proceed. As long as you can get through this difficult time, I will definitely give you a big gift. Having said that, Sung was silent for a moment and then continued. It's okay even if you fail, just consider it as training for you. Uncle is counting on you. Jack didn't know why, but he felt a little moved when he saw his uncle's serious expression. The possibility of failure is not high. Even if I fail this time, there will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. Sung nodded. Chapter 14, Rose's Decision. Sung took the plan given by Jack and left to arrange some handover matters. Only Lao Bai and Xiao Bai were left in the room. The two looked at each other in silence. It was Old White who broke the silence first. A cigarette? At first, I felt uncomfortable about Jack smoking, but then I thought about it and felt that I had no right to say anything about him. After all, it's my own baby. Yours is too hard to draw, just draw mine. Jack looked at Lao Bai's Yushi with disdain and took out his own Hitianxia. Lao Bai's eyebrows twitched and he wanted to speak several times, but finally held it back. Jack was afraid that he would ask questions, so he started to explain, I didn't steal or rob. I bought all of them with the pocket money you gave me. Also, what I just told my uncle are things I read in books and on TV. Jack finished speaking. He heard Old White let out a long sigh. After a long while he spoke. I heard from your mother that you want to start a business? Yeah, I can't keep using your money. Can I? Old White nodded. He is not like Hiime, who is always worried and has wild thoughts. It's a good thing for children to have their own ideas. He was a little worried when he heard Hiime talk about this. I was worried that he would encounter setbacks when starting his business and never recover. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. If you want to, then do it. I can't give you anything else, so I'll just give you 2 words. Come on. After Lao Bai finished speaking, he patted his butt and stood up to leave. Jack was dumbfounded. This plot is wrong. Is that all? Shouldn't you give some material support? But the only response he got was Lao Bai's yawn. As the door closed, Jack suppressed the dissatisfaction on his face. He didn't expect much sponsorship from Lao Bai. After all, Hiame was the one who managed the finances at home. It was too difficult to get any liquid out of her mouth. But it's definitely time to plan carefully. In 2004, although there was gold everywhere, there were also crises everywhere. Just like my uncle's garment factory, there are too many open and secret struggles. Those who were able to make a fortune during this period all had strong means or powerful backgrounds. As for me, I had nothing and didn't even have the capital to sell fish. But Jack also knew that now was not the time to sigh. The most urgent task was to get rid of these 60,000 pieces of clothing. Where can we get people from? Jack suddenly thought of the high school class group. After the college entrance examination, this group of people have the time and energy they need. The most important thing is that they have not experienced the beatings of society, so they must be allowed to experience the sinisterness of human nature. Yes, I'm talking about Lu Chang. Jack did what he said and quickly ran back to the room to log into QQ. After being lively for a while, the group has now returned to calm. The last message was a few hours ago. Jack asked in the group while typing, anyone want to make some money during the summer vacation? Someone responded quickly. Do you have any good summer jobs to recommend? Wouldn't it be working in a factory or serving dishes? It's tiring, but as long as the salary is good, I can consider it. Yeah, tell me about it. If it's good, we can do it together. The 3-month summer vacation is too long, and many people have nothing to do and want to find something to do. It would be even better if I could earn enough to pay for college tuition. Seeing the group becoming more and more lively, Jack continued. You are prospective college students. Can't you have some ambition? Is working as a waiter in a factory something you should consider? At this time, Lu Chang showed up. He would not miss any opportunity to ridicule Jack. There is no high or low profession. Only by experiencing the hardships of labor can we study harder. Lu Chang's words aroused cheers in the group. Even Jack gave him a thumbs up. Excuse me, squad leader, which hotel did you work in? I'll stop by later. At this time, Lu Chang began to show his sense of superiority. I took a tutoring job for $20 an hour, 4 hours a week. If you have any ideas, you can come to me and I will keep an eye out for you. By the way, Those who don't do well in their studies shouldn't come and join in the fun. You can't even understand it yourself, so don't mislead others. Lu Chang's words were obviously directed at Jack. Jack's high school is the best high school in the city, and their class is the best of the best. Jack's grades can only barely make it to the first tier line, and he is indeed at the bottom of the class. 80. Is that a lot? Jack could already imagine Lu Chang's smug look in front of the computer. This made me even more determined to drag him over and make him work illegally for me. After giving a casual reply, he continued, I'm planning to set up a stall at the night market to sell clothes. Is there anyone who wants to come with me? Just take the clothes from me. The cost is 31 pieces. If you don't sell them in half a month or don't want to sell them anymore, you can return them to me at the original price. Jack posted it. Many people in the group were interested, but most of them were on the sidelines. After all, there are 31 pieces, and 10 pieces would be 300. If you want to set up a stall, you need to start with at least dozens of items. That is totally something that a group of high school students who have just finished the college entrance examination can bear. Of course, there were a few people who asked this question. If I don't sell it or don't want to sell it anymore, can I really return it? Certainly. Is there a minimum requirement for taking the goods at one time? I did get some when I was working in the garment factory, but since we are all classmates, I don't set any requirements for everyone. You can take as much as you want according to your ability. If you want to make more money, just work harder. Jack fooled around in the group for a while. Someone actually agreed. Compared to working during the summer vacation, setting up your own stall is undoubtedly a better choice. What's more, there is no risk. Jack breathed a sigh of relief. It's been a long time since I fooled anyone. It seems that I'm still as good as ever. It's a good thing that someone agreed. As long as people in the group see that these people are making real money, they will follow suit and join in. Jack decided that even if the people who agreed to do so were stupid idiots, he would let them make money. Just when Jack was chatting privately with those people to determine the location and plan for the stall, Rose suddenly sent a message. Where are you going to set up your stall? I'll come over and join you. Jack thought he had seen it wrong, so he looked through the chat history and confirmed again and again that it was Rose before replying. Why are you joining in the fun? You are not short of money. Even if you want to practice, you can go to your father's company for rotation. Such a big family business is waiting for you to take over. Zhang has only one daughter, Rose, and now all the family property will belong to her. So Jack couldn't understand why she should get involved. Rose didn't explain either. Don't you care? Where are you now? I came to discuss with you what to do. Jack thought about it and decided that no matter what Rose's purpose was, it was definitely a good thing for her to get involved. I'll trick this girl a bit at that time, in case she gets too excited and asks her dad to help her register a clothing brand. Then all problems are solved. I'm at home, come over. Chapter 15, let's talk about it in the next life. Rose obviously put a lot of thought into her dress up today. She was wearing an off-white French-style dress with a waist that went below her knees, revealing her fair and straight calves. There is also a bow tied with a black ribbon at the collar of the shirt. The smooth long hair was simply tied into a low ponytail, falling naturally on the back. If you get close, you can smell a faint fragrance. That is to say, starting from today, within the next 7 days, we have to recover 1 million in funds, right? Rose was very excited after knowing Jack's goal. After getting Jack's affirmative answer, she held her round chin with one hand and thought about it. After a moment, he spoke. 1 million in 7 days. That means I have to make about 150,000 a day. Jack, what are you going to do? If we just rely on our classmates, that won't work. After all, we are all just students. Jack spread his hands. There is no other way except to contact the agents to promote and recruit people. I have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible. Rose said tentatively. Go ahead. Rose said to Jack with a sparkle in her eyes. Let me use the computer. Jack kicked his feet, and the chair moved to the side, making room for him. Rose operated the computer very smoothly. She logged into her QQ skillfully, opened her QQ space, and typed quickly with her little hands. The title is eye-catching. Help everyone with a dream to achieve financial freedom. After briefly introducing the business, he left his phone number at the end. For more details, please contact 13 asterisk 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 asterisk. After editing, just click the confirm button. At this time, Jack probably understood Rose's thoughts. I couldn't help but slap my forehead. He must have been confused when he traveled through time. It's new media publicity. It's a pity that I made my fortune in new media in my previous life. Rose didn't interpost. Instead, he opened his QQ group list and sent messages one by one. Friends, you can check out the first post on MySpace. If you help forward it, you can get 1 Q coin reward from me. After doing all this, Rose stretched and turned to look at Jack. I just didn't notice when Jack came closer. This turn almost led to a close contact. Ah! After exclaiming, Rose's pretty face quickly turned red. The already beautiful cheeks became even more charming. Jack also noticed something was wrong and kept some distance. But to be honest, Rose is really pretty. Rose pretended to be calm, adjusted her breathing, and asked Jack, "Do you think this is feasible?" Jack gave a thumbs up, sure. At this time, Jack also accidentally saw Rose's QQ interface. Rose made detailed groupings for her QQ friends. There were several groups of students alone. However, there is one group that is eye-catching. Its name is Bastards, and there is only one person in it. Unfortunately, the group is closed, so I can't see who that person is. Jack was also very curious about which great man could win Rose's favor. Rose posted the message in the group. Someone soon sent her a private message. Being beautiful is an advantage. Most of the messages were from people saying that they had forwarded the message and were asking for Q coins, while some were just trying to get closer to her by sending her messages. She simply ignored these people. She created a separate group for those who want to recharge Q coins. For half an hour, her hands never stopped, always replying to messages. I also received a few calls during the process, all for consultation. After finally getting a short break, she rubbed her wrists and looked at Jack with a pout. "I want some water." "Arrange." Jack's face was almost broken from laughing. Forget drinking water. Even if Rose wanted the stars in the sky, he would have to find a way to pick them down. "You should take a rest." After all, one person's power is limited, so I asked a few classmates to help me do this. Don't use your QQ to push messages anymore. Rose took the cup of water, took a sip, and then shook her head. I think it's quite interesting. There was even a hint of admiration in the way Rose looked at Jack. This way of making money has only been seen in financial cases, but I didn't expect Jack to actually do it. Although it is just the beginning and the outcome is unknown, but judging from her perspective, the results will definitely not be too bad. "Jack, how did you come up with this approach?" Jack would not say that it was a conclusion drawn from the experience of later generations. He could only say it casually. "It's just a desperate attempt." Rose wanted to continue chatting, but then her cell phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, I saw your promotion on your space. If the goods I buy cannot be sold, can I really return them?" Hearing this, Rose instantly became excited. "All right, you don't need to worry about this. We have our own garment factory, and we'll sign a formal contract with you." "That's great. Can I get the goods now?" "Certainly. I'll send you the address later. Just come over to find me." After hanging up the phone, Rose also looked excited. "Where is the address for picking up the goods?" "Let's go there now." Jack started to speak, but before he could finish his words, Rose's phone rang again. "Hello. Can I get the goods now?" "All right." "No, Jack, I'm too busy." QQ Space has a huge influence among young people. In just over an hour, it had been forwarded thousands of times. Even if each forwarding only gets 10 reads, that's tens of thousands of exposures. Rose was ultimately unable to do it. "So, why leave your phone number? How could I know so many people would call?" Rose held her mouth tightly, feeling a little aggrieved. "Hurry up and think of a way to help me. Otherwise, I would have died suddenly before I even got my salary." Jack was a little dazed for a moment when he saw Rose's little girl's attitude, until Rose poked him in the arm that he came back to his senses. "You can turn on call forwarding in the settings, and all unknown numbers will be forwarded to this landline number." While Rose was replying to the message, Jack contacted Heath Song using his home phone. I handed over the order matter to him. Heath Song agreed immediately and arranged for a professional operator to sit in front of the phone 24 hours a day to take orders at any time. After watching Rose set it up, Jack said again, "This phone is not suitable for private use. When are you free to choose a new number?" Jack felt a little guilty about this matter. After all, she exposed the number to help him. Rose also realized this and was not pretentious. "Wait a few days. I'll tell my family first. After changing the number will be confiscated. Tell me, how do you thank me?" Jack initially thought that Rose was just in a whim and that his main purpose in asking her to come was just to trick her. I really didn't expect that she was actually doing real work. Jack thought about it and then joked with a smile. "I have nothing to repay you with. How about giving yourself to me?" "Bah, that's a bargain for you. Then there's nothing we can do. I'll have to ask for my revenge in my next life." "Asshole." Chapter 16, Garment Factory. Rose said no a little loudly. Not long after he finished speaking, Lao Bai knocked on the door, holding a plate of unwashed fruit. Jack, eat some fruit. Seeing a single man and a single woman in adolescence in the same room, Lao Bai felt very nervous. I was obviously very sleepy, but ever since Rose came, I hadn't felt sleepy at all. Especially after hearing that word no just now, I became even more worried, afraid that Jack would do something stupid. But it was obvious that he was worrying too much. As soon as I knocked on the door, Jack opened it. Old White, Rose just received a few orders. Now we have to go to our uncle's garment factory, so we won't eat. You should rest for a while. You look pale, as if you were frightened. When Lao Bai saw that there was nothing wrong with Jack and Rose and that they were dressed neatly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Go early and come back early. After saying that, he left without looking back. After going downstairs, Jack wanted to take a taxi outside the community, but was stopped by Rose. I drove here. Jack's face was full of question marks. Yes. Rose waved the car keys in her hand. The 4 circles are particularly eye-catching. Jack was stunned. She spat quietly. At the age of 18, I was still worried about my life and didn't even have money to buy cigarettes, while some people were driving Autos. Sure enough, the gap between people is greater than the gap between people and dogs. Rose didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion, "What are you mumbling about?" Jack looked at her and said seriously, "Please ask Uncle Jiang if I can call him Dad. No need for a BBA. Just give me a secondhand Santana to drive." Jack thought about it again and added, "If you think my last name is wrong, I'll discuss it with Lao Bai and change it." Rose didn't know what she was thinking about, and her face suddenly turned red. "What are you talking about? Let's go." After saying that, she trotted away like a shy little girl. Jack sat in the passenger seat. He looked at Rose, who was driving seriously, and asked, "When did you get your driver's license?" High school students usually get their driver's license after taking the college entrance examination. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have time. Rose said calmly, "Just the first 2 months." In order to prepare for the college entrance examination in the last semester, my mother stopped my piano and dance lessons, so I had a lot more time. Just take the time to get your driver's license. Well, Jack felt that he had said too much. People cannot be generalized. Rose has been attending various interest classes at high prices since she was a child, and is proficient in almost everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is well-mannered, dignified, and generous. No wonder I liked her for so many years. Why are you silent? Tired. There weren't many vehicles on the streets of Hangang City in 2004. The journey was smooth, and we arrived at the garment factory in about 20 minutes. Hitsung was already waiting at the door. When I saw the Audi driving over, I thought it was just passing by and didn't pay too much attention to it. When he saw the car stop in front of him and Jack got out, he was stunned. "I can't bear to buy this car." Jack told her that he would come with a classmate, but did not tell him Rose's identity. "That's why I'm so surprised." Rose drove very steadily, and Jack didn't feel the bumps even after taking a nap. After getting off the car, he stretched and asked while looking at the dazed Hitsung, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Hitsung came to his senses and shook his head. "No, it's okay. Who is this?" Rose got out and walked to Jack's side with a sweet smile on her face. "Hello, Uncle. I'm Jack's classmate, Rose. You can also call me Rose or Xiao Jiang." Hitsung nodded woodenly. Hello, Xiao Jiang. "Okay, Uncle, take us to your warehouse." "Oh yes, this way?" Hitsung had no time to care about anything else now, although he was also very curious about the identity of his classmate Jack and the relationship between them. But I also know that now is not the time to ask this. As they walked, I introduced to Jack the heads of the main functional departments in the factory. This is the factory's financial officer. You can contact him about any financial matters in the future. Sister Zhang. Jack will be in charge of disposing of the inventory in the next few days. You must give him the greatest financial support. You must provide him with whatever he needs. Sister Zhang is a woman in her 40s. She is wearing a professional suit and has short hair, which makes her look particularly capable. Okay, Mr. He. Jack and Sister Zhang nodded as a greeting. This is Su Zhang from the Commerce Department, my old partner. He is in charge of the warehouse. Just greet him for all incoming and outgoing goods. Those who are here are all old employees of the garment factory, and they also understand the current predicament. Although I wanted to help, I was powerless. Now that they heard that Jack had a way, they were curious about it, but more of a look forward to it. After all, Hitsung had never treated them unfairly. If the factory really went bankrupt, they would never be able to find such good jobs again. Jack, we met when you came to the factory to play as a kid. I didn't expect you've grown so big. Su Jung took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with Jack. This is also a kind of recognition and does not look down on him just because of his young age. Hello, Uncle Su. Thank you for your hard work during this period. It's okay. It's what I should do. After seeing that the two knew each other, Hitsungyu looked at the other person and introduced him. Luli, you can call me Sister Lu. She used to be the person in charge of our reception desk. This time, I came here specifically to set up the marketing department according to your requirements. The hotline is now open, and Sister Lu has arranged for staff to work on a 24-hour shift. Luli is the youngest among the group brought by Hitsung. She is in her 20s, good-looking, wearing a professional dress, and has a sweet smile. Hello, Jack. Please give me your guidance in the future. I don't deserve your advice. Let's learn from each other. After seeing that the two knew each other, Hitsung said again. There are still some heads of functional departments in the company that I haven't called over yet. They are the only ones we need to contact right now. I have explained everything. I will fully cooperate with you in your work. Seeing Jack nodded, Hitsung was worried that he had psychological burden, so he comforted him again. Jack, there's nothing your uncle can do. Don't feel pressured. Just do your best and leave the rest to fate. No matter what the result is, your uncle will thank you. Even if his uncle didn't say anything, Jack wouldn't feel any psychological pressure. It's not that I'm confident in my own methods. I simply think that even if my uncle goes bankrupt, it may not be a bad thing. At least I have time to recuperate. Uncle, don't worry. I'm not under pressure. After all, even if I lose money, it's not my money. Puff. After Jack finished speaking, Rose burst out laughing. She knew that Jack was not joking. My uncle also smiled awkwardly. That's good. That's good. This is the warehouse. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 17, A Good Start. As soon as you enter the warehouse, the unique smell of new clothes hits you. The previous warehouse was not big, and it was obviously expanded recently. Otherwise, even so, it will soon be full. That's a total of 60,000 pieces. This is the style area. We store clothes according to item numbers. After the customer selects the style they want here, we just go to the shelf and find the corresponding number. After entering the warehouse, the tour guide became Su Jung. Jack nodded and took a sample to look at it. The materials of the sample and the genuine product are the same, right? It's the same. Hitsung's garment factory is not very large, and there are not many professional designers. The styles are all copied from the current popular styles. So even if we sell at retail, we don't have to worry about not being able to sell it. See if there's anything you like, and I'll give it to you. Jack asked after picking up a skirt and gesturing in front of Rose for a while. Rose was a little confused. Before she could figure out how to answer, Jack gave up the idea. Forget it. I'll talk about it when I have money. This was Jack's excuse. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that he had been reckless. This is Rose. Almost all of her clothes are custom-made. How could she be interested in the cheap stuff here? The reason why he didn't refuse was because he was worried about offending himself. If you insist, you will appear to be ungrateful. Rose didn't say much, as there were indeed no clothes here that she liked. But she was still very happy when Jack said he would give her something. Even if the clothes given to her were from here, she planned to keep them well. Mr. He, a guest has arrived. Lu Li just received a phone call. After hanging up, she walked up to Hitsung and Jack and said, just arrange for someone to bring them here and choose directly. Old Su, I'll trouble you with the rest. Su Zhang not dead? Don't worry. Jack did not leave either. He checked the warehouse while waiting for the first batch of dealers to arrive. Hitsung has already explained all the procedures to them. They're all veterans in the workplace and have a lot of experience. They will understand it after just one explanation. By the way, Mr. Jack, how did you promote it? That's amazing. Just now I heard my sister who answered the phone complaining, and the phone has not stopped ringing. Luli walked up to Jack and asked flatteringly. Curiosity was one thing, but the main reason was that she wanted to get closer to Jack and deepen their relationship. Jack looks only 18 years old. He is brighter than anyone else in his heart. I immediately saw Lu Li's intention, but he was not unhappy about it. After all, if life didn't force them, who would be willing to flatter others? Not everyone has such a good family background as Rose. At first, I was also worried about what to do, and it was she who came up with the solution. Promote through QQ Space. Was also surprised when she saw Rose. At first, she thought she was just a vase following Jack. But later I found out that I was wrong. Not to mention Rose's natural noble temperament. The car keys in her hand alone show that she is not an ordinary person. So when he looked at her, the smile on his face became even wider. Rose, you are so smart. Rose kept a polite smile on her face and said thank you lightly. It was just a sudden idea, but I didn't expect it to be useful. While a few people were chatting, Sujing walked in with the first batch of dealers. Looking at the mountains of new clothes on the shelves, they seemed a little cramped. I only want 50 pieces. Is that really okay? He used to sell things on the street, but he always bought them from secondhand dealers. Not only are the prices much higher, but there are also very few styles. Even so, if you take less, they won't give it to you. He never expected that he could now purchase goods directly from the factory. The key is that there is no quantity limit. Even if you can't sell them all, you can return them. It is such a blessing for a small businessman like me. Of course you can. Su Zheng was very polite to him. I didn't look down on others just because he wanted less goods. According to Jack's plan, this kind of people often have the greatest power. As long as this cooperation is successful, he will definitely tell others the news. After a while, more and more people came to purchase goods. It doesn't matter even if the quantity requested each time is small. After all, the staff base is there. You can decide how much you want to buy. If you haven't sold any in half a month or don't want to do this business anymore, just contact us one day in advance and return it directly. Su Zheng said this and looked at Jack intentionally or unintentionally. He comes from a marketing background. After seeing this sales model, I was simply amazed. If this succeeds, it will benefit not only the garment factory, but also the entire Hanjiang city's entrepreneurial environment. Based on this contribution alone, he has made himself a strong contender to become an outstanding youth in Hanjiang City. The delivery of the first batch of goods went smoothly. The man initially planned to order only 50 pieces to test the waters, but when he saw so many popular styles, he gritted his teeth and bought 100 pieces. The price of each piece is 30 yuan. Although 3,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for the current hole in the garment factory, it is just the beginning. Mr. Jack, Mystery said that from now on, all funds will be deposited into a new account. That account can only be used after you sign it. This is the account key. Keep it safe. After Sister Zhang got into work mode, the way she addressed Jack changed. As she spoke, she handed Jack an electronic USB flash drive. This is the account key. This secret key is required for any transfer of large amounts of funds. Hitsung placed all his hopes on Jack. All financial power was handed over. At the same time, a message was also conveyed to Jack. If we can really get through this time, no matter how much money we make, it will all be Jack's, and he won't ask about it anymore. Jack took the key and put it in his pocket. At this time, Su Zheng came in with another group of people. After seeing the words, returnable after 15 days on the order form, he placed an order for 200 pieces at once. Jack was watching them packing when Lu Li came over again. Mr. Jack, several of your classmates have arrived. So soon? Jack was also a little surprised. Although they confirmed on QQ that they would come over to pick up the goods, Jack didn't expect them to do so easily. Where are they? I'll take you to the reception room. Jack responded and looked at Rose. Seeing that she was on the phone and talking happily, he didn't disturb her. Jack here. In the reception room, several young people who had just turned 18 were sitting on the sofa, looking a little restrained. There were disposable water cups in front of them, but the water inside is still full. After seeing Jack, they stood up with excitement. Jack also saw an unexpected face. Why aren't you going to be a tutor? What are you doing here? Lu Chong was obviously in a bad mood and asked in a very unconvinced manner. How did you trick Rose into helping you with publicity? At first, he had no intention of coming over, but when he saw Rose helping with the promotion, he suddenly became anxious. What the hell is going on? Chapter 18, it was just a dream. Cheat. She's right here. Just go ask her later. Heard Jack say that Rose was here, his expression became even more interesting. Just as I was about to speak, I saw Rose jogging towards me. Jack! Calling Jack first, I noticed that the people around me were actually classmates. Hey, you guys are here too. Rose, what are you doing here? A girl asked from the side. In their opinion, Rose and Jack should not have any contact after graduation. Even if Rose helped with the publicity, it was only because they had been classmates for many years. That's why I was so surprised when I saw Rose. I came here to play. Are you here to get your clothes? After receiving affirmative responses from several people, she smiled even more brightly. That's great. I'm also planning to take some to set up a street stall. Where are you going? Let's separate so we don't compete for business together. Seeing that they were getting happier and happier as they talked, Jack couldn't bear it any longer. He interrupted them immediately. Okay, let's go to the warehouse first. Sister Xiaoli, take them first. I have something to tell Jack. Just now, Rose realized that Jack was missing after she finished her phone call. When she asked, she found out that he had come to the reception room. She hurried over because she had something to tell him. Rose from the side and wanted to speak several times, but finally swallowed it back. All the words turned into a sigh. Well, Jack went up and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, you still have a long way to go. Keep going. After all, he's the department head of his future company, so he can't lose his edge just like that. I still like your previous rebellious look. Lu Chong slapped Jack's hand away and spat. Get lost. Jack didn't get angry. He smiled and said, yes, that's it. After Lu Chong left, Rose came over. What's wrong with him? Jack shook his head and sighed. I don't know, maybe he's heartbroken? Broken heart? That shouldn't be the case. I've never heard of it, and having said that, Rose shut up and didn't say anything else. In fact, even if you don't say it, Jack can roughly guess it. It's just that I wrote her a love letter some time ago. So how come I broke up with her? Jack didn't want to explain. When they were in high school, Lu Chong and Jack were both suitors of Rose. But compared to Jack's shamelessness and despicable behavior, Lu Chong seems to be much more respectable. It's hard to say who is good or bad, but for Rose, she has a deeper impression of Jack. By the way, what do you want from me? Rose then remembered that she came to see Jack for other things. He quickly said, just now a cousin of mine called me and said that he saw my post and was very interested in this project and wanted to participate. But he is in the provincial capital, so I'm wondering if it can be delivered there? Jack looked at Rose deeply and muttered to himself. I still underestimated her influence. We left Han River City so quickly. Of course, and we can pay for all the shipping costs. Rose nodded and continued. But my cousin wants to come in as an agent. He is responsible for the development of the provincial capital market, and we provide the goods. Each item is inconvenient for the customer, and he wants a profit of 5 yuan from us. Do you think it's okay? Jack was extremely excited, but he didn't show it. The most difficult thing at the moment is to develop the market. We haven't even stepped out of Hanjiang City, and already some people are thinking of helping us develop the market in the provincial capital. This is undoubtedly a huge surprise. The total cost of each piece of clothing is only 20 yuan, the shipping price is 30 yuan, and the net profit is as high as 10 yuan. Even if I let go of 5 yuan, it would be enough for me to earn. And as productivity increases, the cost per piece will only get lower. No. Rose asked carefully after noticing Jack was lost in thought. I also think that the discount of $5 is too much. I will talk to him and get him to lower it a little bit more. Jack shook his head. What does your cousin do? Well, he's in college and will graduate next year. He's now starting a business and seems to be doing some kind of online shopping. I'm not sure. After Rose reminded him, Jack finally remembered. E-commerce platforms seem to have appeared one after another in recent years. Rose saw Jack had a strange expression on his face and asked him, what's wrong? Is there a problem? It's okay. Tell your cousin it's okay. But he has to guarantee our market share. Otherwise, we won't hand over the provincial capital agency easily. After all, in a few months, I should be going to study there. Rose was not surprised at all and quickly agreed. No problem. By the way, are you really planning to apply to a finance and economics college? When he was having dinner with Lao Shu, he heard the conversation between Fiona and Jack. But I felt sad at that time and didn't say anything. There are only 2 of us here now, so we just want to confirm it. Jack nodded without any hesitation. The support provided by financial colleges to entrepreneurs is unmatched by other schools. Besides, there are many beautiful girls studying finance. When I get to college, I also want to have a few good relationships. When Jack gave the first reason, Rose was quite impressed and thought Jack was very opinionated. But when he gave the second reason, I was furious. You just want to fall in love? What else? Jack said as a matter of course. Why did I start a business? Isn't it just to make money and enjoy life? Being in love is all about enjoyment. It would be great to have some gentle and well-behaved girlfriends who listen to me and take care of me after I have money. Rose became angrier as she listened, but there was nothing she could do. She stomped her feet and pointed at Jack. If there really are people like that, they're only after your money. Do you think they really like you? Jack thought about it carefully for a while and clapped his hands. That would be even better. If they don't want my money, then I really don't know what to give them. Rose became even more angry as Jack's words became more and more outrageous. Jack, you're a jerk. Jack nodded seriously. Yes, I never denied that. Seeing that he was unmoved, Rose tried hard to obey herself and not to get angry. She was so angry that no one cared about her. Huh. After taking a few deep breaths, she slowly adjusted herself. Have you ever thought about having a good relationship from school uniform to wedding dress? Rose didn't know why she suddenly said this. Only after I finished speaking did I realize that I was actually looking forward to Jack's answer. Jack just shook his head and said with his hands spread out, I thought about it before, but later I realized that it was just a dream. Of course, if I could really meet a girl who makes my heart beat faster in college, who knows? Chapter 19, Why Are You Crying? Rose found Jack's words particularly harsh. What does it mean that I thought about it before, but now I feel it is just a dream? Is that talking about yourself? Before Jack confessed his love, and even when she rejected him, Rose didn't think it was a big deal. I was very confident that even if I rejected him, he would always be by my side. Just like before. After 3 years of being together, she has long been accustomed to Jack's presence. It's not like I have no feelings for him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a drink with him after rejecting him. That was her first time drinking. But now it seems that Jack is really getting farther and farther away from me. If it weren't for what happened that night, the proud girl might have just been sad for a while and then continued with her life. But it was Jack's thoughtful care that night that made her feel different. She will probably never forget the feeling of security she felt against Jack's back as he carried her to the hospital. After a moment's silence, Rose raised her head. Her eyes were extremely beautiful and filled with indescribable emotions. What if it wasn't a dream? I blinked, not knowing how to answer for a moment. I looked at Rose, not understanding why there was a look of shyness and anticipation on her pretty face. But now there is only fear on his face. If this isn't a dream, it would be horrible. Rose was stunned. This answer was a little different from what she had imagined. Perhaps Jack saw her confusion, so he calmed down and spoke in a profound tone. My future is filled with the stars, the sea, poetry, and the distance. How can it end before it even begins? After saying that, he didn't care whether Rose could understand or not, and walked past her without hesitation and headed towards the warehouse. People are like this sometimes. The easier it is to get something, the less they cherish it. Only when they can't grasp it do they regret it. Rose stood there blankly, and after a while she could no longer control her emotions. He squatted on the ground, buried his head in his arms, and sobbed. Jack was still pretending to be confused even though she had been so direct in her words. Just because I rejected him? But at that time, I just said that I didn't want to fall in love too early, and I didn't say that I wouldn't give him a chance. But within a few days, the polite distance Jack displayed made her panic. Hey, why are you crying in public? People who don't know the situation might think I'm bullying you. You are the one who bullies me. Rose raised her head, wiped her tears, and glared at Jack. I'm wrong, please have some candy, Jack said, and like a magic trick he pulled out a rainbow lollipop from behind him. Girls in their teens need to be coaxed. Although he didn't think he was wrong. That's more like it. Rose snatched the candy but didn't eat it. She just held it in her hand and looked at it, seeming very satisfied. Jack shook his head. As expected, little girls' minds are too simple. Wipe your face. It's a good thing you don't wear makeup. Otherwise, it would be ruined. Rose's face was covered with tear marks and her eyes were red, making her look pitiful. Rose pursed her lips and didn't take the wet wipes from Jack's hand this time. Instead, she raised her head and reached towards him, looking at him with her big eyes. Well, Jack sighed. He really didn't understand why a rich girl had to suffer in front of him. Although he has the appearance of an 18-year-old, his soul is actually that of a man in his 30s, and a successful one at that. Don't be too accurate in judging people. Rose is a simple-minded girl, and you can tell what she is thinking just by blinking her eyes. So, among the uncles, it is said that young girls who are inexperienced in the world are the easiest to deceive. No need for money or cars, just romance and ideals are enough. How old are you? And you still can't wash your face by yourself? Jack complained as he wiped the tears off her face with a wet wipe. I have to say that Rose has great skin, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. I'm talking about her. Snort. I'll forgive you this time. Jack rolled his eyes. Then thank you very much. After saying that, he threw the used wet wipes into the trash, can in a beautiful arc. Although she felt very aggrieved just now, she kept blaming Jack for being unromantic. But when Rose received the gift from Jack, all her anger disappeared. Even a little happy. By the way, we're going camping in a few days. What do you think we should prepare? It's all posted in the group. You can rent tents when you get to the mountain. Just bring your own clothes. We'll buy the grill and food together when we get to the mountain, and then we'll pay for it ourselves. Lu Chong had already compiled the specific plan list. Jack took a look and found it generally reasonable. Even if there were some minor problems in the details, they were insignificant, and he could just fix them himself when the time came. It's great that a group of kids under 20 years old can think so carefully. Speaking of Lu Chong, Jack's eyes started to roll again. Such high-quality labor force. Willing to work hard for only 20 yuan an hour. Seems to be a good deal to poach them. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Jack didn't move after he finished speaking, Rose pulled his fingers and asked. Jack came back to his senses and said, "Oh, I was thinking that my grades are so bad. Should I ask the monitor to give me extra lessons? Makeup lessons? The college entrance exam is over. What's the point of making up lessons?" Jack was too lazy to explain and just said it perfunctorily. "What if I don't do well in the exam? I'll plan to repeat the year." "Okay, let's go." Rose felt that she couldn't understand Jack anymore, but the more she didn't understand, the more she couldn't help wanting to understand him. "Asshole, wait for me." In the garment factory warehouse, more and more people come to pick up goods. At Rose's suggestion, in addition to QQ Space, Jack also specially asked people to post information on various forums. Word of mouth spread quickly, and soon it spread to 10 people and 100 people. Jack! When they saw Jack coming, those high school classmates quickly waved and greeted him. We each took 20 pieces this time to test the waters. What do you think is the most reasonable price and where to sell it? Before seeing the clothes, they are more or less worried about the style and quality. But after seeing the real thing, all my concerns were dispelled. The styles are novel and the quality is excellent, which is in no way inferior to the clothes in specialty stores. This is understandable. After all, Heat Song is a straightforward person. It is impossible for him to pass off inferior products as good ones when he has a big order. He was thinking about long-term cooperation, but he didn't expect to be cheated. Jack didn't feel embarrassed at all when being stared at by a group of people. As someone who had been through it, he analyzed the situation with them bit by bit. These clothes were originally prepared for specialty stores, but they haven't been branded yet. The guide price is on the product label, and they're basically over 100 yuan. Taking into account our actual costs, each piece can be sold at 50% or even 40% off the suggested price. Of course, you still have to quote according to the sticker price, and then wait for others to bargain. The customer groups can focus on college students and factory workers. Chapter 20 Provocation. Jack continued to speak. Some attentive people had already taken out pen and paper to take notes. For them, the significance of selling clothes this time is greater than profit. Regardless of whether you can make money or not, just being able to accumulate experience is great. Compared to finding a random summer job with no technical skills required, trying to start your own business can enrich your horizons and exercise your abilities. Jack, I got it all down. Thank you for this time. If I really make money, I will treat you to a meal. A short-haired girl closed her notebook and smiled at Jack. Jack couldn't remember her name, so he could only be polite. Come on, you guys make money so I can make money. If everyone does well, we can start a business together when we get to college. Everyone's eyes light up when they hear the word entrepreneurship. Those who can put aside all worries so quickly and stand here are all planning to start a business in the future. Then it's settled. The short-haired girl clenched her fist and encouraged herself. My dad came to pick me up. He's very supportive. I'm going to the university town first. Good luck, everyone. Having said that, she waved to everyone and left. This decisiveness already has some of the demeanor of a strong woman. Jack asked quietly after she left. Who is she? The rest of them rolled their eyes. It's only been a few days, and you can't remember your classmates from 3 years of high school? Zhao Qin, have you forgotten? Lu Chong said something sarcastically beside him. You said this on purpose in front of Rose, right? Are you going to say in the whole high school that you were the only girl I remember? Rose felt a little stingy. Why did Lu Chong say it out loud? He was so unromantic. She wanted to hear Jack say that, even if you know you were deceiving yourself. Now that he's been exposed, what else can Jack say? The remaining few people were also covering their mouths and laughing, occasionally glancing at Jack and Rose. Just when everyone thought Jack would stop there, he shook his finger and said to Lu Chong, It seems that you know me very well, but you are wrong about one thing. It's not just her. There's also Fiona. Rose was a little happy when Jack was halfway through his speech. But when she heard Fiona's name, her heart sank. Fiona again? The corner of Lu Chang's mouth twitched. Bah, he is really not a good person. He is eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Jack wasn't angry either and put his arm around his shoulders. Look, squad leader, what are you talking about? Is the one in the bowl more delicious than the one in the pot? Lu Chang and the others thought that Jack would argue a little more. After all, Rose was still there. But Jack said it very frankly. He didn't feel any qualms about Rose being here. I originally thought that Rose would feel disgusted with Jack after hearing this, but after taking a look, I noticed that she was just pouting and looking a little unhappy. Anyone with a keen eye would have smelled something sour. Jack didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long, so he continued. By the way, Monitor, why don't you go to the tutoring class? It's 20 yuan an hour. It's almost the profit from selling a piece of clothing. It's amazing. When Lu Chang heard Jack praising him, he looked very proud at first, but this pride did not last long before it was broken. Tutoring is more suitable for you. If you sell clothes, you may not be able to sell any in a day. Keep it up. Lu Chang's face turned red. He has never given up since he was a child. How could I bear such provocation from Jack? He clenched his fist and said viciously to Jack, Who can't sell? Who are you looking down on? Jack covered his mouth repeatedly and said apologetically, Oh, sorry if what I said made you unhappy, then I apologize to you. But, at this point, Jack raised his eyebrows. Isn't it? You don't even dare to try, so you'd better just be your tutor. Jack said, without waiting for him to explain. He turned around and left, waving goodbye with his back to them. 1.2. Jack counted as he walked, waiting to see what number Lu Chang would call him. Jack, stop right there. Before he could count to 3, Lu Chang couldn't help it. Jack smiled, but quickly stopped smiling and turned to look at him in confusion. Anything else? Seeing Jack's expression, Lu Chang sneered and then calmed down. You were just trying to provoke me. I almost fell for it. After being exposed, Jack didn't feel embarrassed and just shrugged. If you think so, I can't help it. I'm leaving now. You can have fun slowly, Mr. Lu. Jack was the more uncomfortable Lu Chang felt. Stop looking down on others. It's just a street stall. Who can't do it? Jack pretended to be surprised. Oh, can you? Lu Chang snorted disdainfully. Just wait and see. Lu Chang left and took away 100 pieces of clothing. According to him, it will be processed within a week. I don't know whether it is true or not. I just realized how bad you are. It was unusually quiet outside the warehouse. Rose and Jack were left. What is the definition of a bad person? In my opinion, as long as it doesn't violate the law, it's not bad. Me? At best, I'm not a good person. Rose thought carefully about Jack's words, and the more she thought about it, the more it made sense to her. The definition of bad people seems to be the law, while morality is just a norm. Those who break the law are bad people, and those who are immoral can only be said to be not good people. Jack, I want to try setting up a stall too. It will be fun. Rose is a wealthy woman, and her attitude towards setting up a stall is just for fun. This is determined by birth. I can't envy you. Jack was not at all understanding of romance and rejected it decisively. The weather in June was hot, and even at night, it wasn't much better. This kind of weather is suitable for going back to enjoy the air conditioning. If you don't go, I will keep pestering you, annoying you. Rose changed from her usual noble and quiet self and became like a little shrew, holding Jack's arm and nagging nonstop. It's fine if you like it, but I'm not going anyway. Seeing that Jack was unmoved, Rose pouted and spoke in a coquettish manner. Hey, just come with me, okay? Ahem. Just when the two were about to hang together, an untimely cough sounded behind them. Rose also realized that something was wrong. Her cheeks quickly flushed, and she quickly let go of Jack's hand. Alas! Jack sighed, feeling a little sorry. It feels good to be surrounded by a beautiful woman, especially in summer. I couldn't help but look at each Song with a bit of resentment. If you don't come early, you won't come late. Excuse me. How about you guys continue? Rose was too embarrassed to do that. She lowered her head and drew circles with her hands. Jack was calm. What's the matter? Chapter 21 Corporate Brand. I have arranged it as you said. Starting from the next batch, the clothes we make will be mainly sportswear, and all the clothes will have the logo added on them. I have asked my connections to contact the athletes you mentioned. When he said this, Hee-tsung paused for a moment, and after a while he asked in confusion, Are you so sure that they can shine in this Olympics? Also, is it really necessary to add a logo and establish your own brand without a physical store? Although he was skeptical, Hee-tsung still did as Jack asked. Now I just come here to ask, Jack explained patiently as he walked towards the office. Once the model we are using now is successful, it will attract many imitators. After all, compared with innovation, imitation has lower costs and less risks. Once there are too many imitators, even if we are the founders, there is no absolute guarantee that we will not be eliminated. Only if you establish your own brand and build your reputation first, even if there are imitators later, they will be considered counterfeits. The logo is the most intuitive image of a brand. Clothes can be without a brand name, but they cannot be without a logo. After seeing Hee-sung nodded thoughtfully, Jack continued. This year is the Olympic year, and we will be the host country in 4 years. This sporting style will be popular for a long time and will never go out of style. Although we don't have an offline store now, it doesn't mean we won't have one in the future. I have studied the list of athletes I gave you for a long time. Judging from their recent performances, they have a good chance of shining at the Olympics. And they are all niche sports with low exposure rates, such as the 110-meter hurdles, table tennis, and diving. The advertising endorsement fees are not high now. Once they achieve good results, they will be widely exposed in China. Actually, the best spokesperson right now is Yao Ming, but we can't afford him. Jack kept talking and unknowingly arrived at Hee-sung's office. Hee-sung placed a bookcase behind his desk. Jack opened the door of the bookcase and found a lot of dust on it. He took a book on politics and economics, blew on it, and then said to Hee-sung, "Uncle, you still need to study more?" Hee-sung nodded seriously. "I'll watch it when I'm done with this period of time." Rose was also looking around the office. It was much simpler than Jiang's office. At this time, Hee-sung poured a glass of water in a disposable paper cup and handed it over. "Xiao Jiang, drink some water. Don't be shy here. Just sit anywhere." Rose took the water, said thank you politely, adjusted her skirt, and sat down on the sofa. Hee-sung came to the desk and pointed at the boss chair and said to Jack, "Try this position." Jack wasn't embarrassed at all. He sat down and adjusted the chair to a height that suited him. "Not feeling well. Uncle, let's buy some better chairs when we have more money later." Hee-sung rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "Is this how you started to dislike him? Okay, if you have anything else to tell me now. If you're all right, get out of here. Young people should go out and have fun. Why are you hanging out with an old man like me?" Rose intentionally or unintentionally while speaking. The meaning is obvious, to leave time for the two young people. It seems that there was an obvious misunderstanding about their relationship. Jack really had nothing to do, compared to doing everything himself. He is more accustomed to being a hands-off boss who is only responsible for overall planning. Everything that needs to be arranged has been arranged, and the rest is to let nature take its course. "You guys chat first. I'm going to go out and answer a phone call." At this time, Rose's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID, said hello to Hee-sung and Jack, and walked out of the office. After she left, Hee-sung hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Jack, tell me honestly, is this your girlfriend?" After Hee-sung asked, he saw Jack look surprised and quickly explained, "Don't worry, I'm not as rigid as your mother. I'm 18 years old, so it's normal to fall in love." Jack was helpless, knowing that no matter what he said, the other party wouldn't listen, so he didn't bother to explain. "If you say so, then so be it. It's true." I said no. "Do you believe it?" "I don't believe it." "Then what are you asking?" Hee-sung laughed awkwardly. Then he muttered softly, "Jack, let me give you some advice as a person who has been through this before. You can tell at a glance that this kid comes from a well-off family. Just the car he owns is something that many people would struggle for decades to afford. Uncle is not realistic, but it is the truth. Life will be much better if I find a rich wife. The key is that Xiao Jiang is pretty and has a good personality." Seeing that Hee-sung was talking more and more outrageous, Jack couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted him quickly. "Okay, how about I ask her if she has any other aunts or cousins who are single, and I can introduce you to them?" Hee-sung nodded seriously. Really? Fake. Hee-sung is 30 years old this year and has never been married. When others ask him about it, he says there is no suitable one. Although he looks honest and simple, he can see things more clearly than anyone else. Those he likes don't like him, and those who like him are after his money. Hee-sung also knew that Jack was joking and sighed in disappointment. Alas, he is still a nephew, and he doesn't consider his uncle at all. But uncle told you that you can think about it seriously. Most people only have 3 chances to change their destiny: birth, college entrance exams, and marriage. Hee-sung wanted to continue speaking, but Rose had already finished her phone call and walked in. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Jack naturally knew that his uncle was telling the truth, but he had his own unique pride. A gentleman does not accept food given out of pity. Jack, Uncle has a reception later, so I won't accompany you. Go and have fun. Hee-sung said this and pushed Jack towards Rose. He also secretly put 200 yuan in his pocket. Xiao Jian, have fun. Remember to go home early. After sending Jack and Rose out of the office, Hee-sung slammed the door shut. Jack was helpless. Jack, what were you talking about? After I went in, the way your uncle looked at me changed, well, it's like looking after your nephews. Rose walked beside Jack, very close to him, and seeing that he hadn't spoken, she found a topic to ask. Jack turned around and looked at Rose. He was joking seriously. My uncle has been single since birth, and I want to ask if you have any suitable aunts to introduce to me. Rose thought about it and shook her head. It seems not. That's a pity. Chapter 22. You can even lie to me. Jack, as long as you agree to set up a stall with me today, I will agree to one of your requests. Rose added one more sentence after she finished speaking. As long as it's not too excessive. After leaving the office building, Jack planned to go straight home. Playing Legend with air conditioner. Watch TV. But he was stopped by Rose. She stared at him with wide eyes full of anticipation. In the past, Jack never dreamed that Rose would one day behave like such a girl. If I were 18 years old, I would definitely agree to it, but now I am not very interested. Although Rose helped a lot, Jack didn't think that this was enough to make him sell his body. Woman, you can't satisfy my request. Be good, get out of the way, we are going in different directions. Rose has gradually become accustomed to Jack's cold and frivolous tone. She wasn't angry at all. She just blocked his way and wouldn't let him go. No. After a stalemate, Rose pursed her lips and said in a coquettish manner with grievance, just promise me this once. Huck. As long as you promise me, I will be your driver for a summer. Just tell me where you want to go, and I will be there right away. Jack was moved, truly moved. It's not that I'm attracted to Rose, but I'm attracted to the driver. Buying a car is beyond my financial reach right now, and I haven't even gotten a driver's license yet. It is indeed inconvenient. It would be great to have a driver with his own Audi. Rose had been looking at Jack and noticed the change in his expression. Knowing that he had loosened up, she continued. Just think about it. You will definitely go back and forth between the garment factory and home frequently in the future. It will be very inconvenient without a car. In fact, she also has her own little calculations in mind. Being his driver, not only can we spend more time together, but I can also keep track of his movements at any time. In the past, Rose never thought that she would have such a humble day, but now, she only wants to stay with Jack. It's not just because of the ignorant affection during adolescence. It is more likely that he saw in Jack the kind of confidence similar to that of his father, who was able to give orders when arranging things. This kind of self-confidence is too lethal to little girls. Who hasn't read a few books about a domineering president falling in love with me? Jack couldn't find any reason to refuse. Looking at Rose's big watery eyes, he said seriously, am I the kind of person who takes advantage? I just want to set up a stall and experience life. Let's go. Get the goods from the warehouse. A bright smile quickly appeared on Rose's face. But no matter what Jack said, it's okay as long as he agreed. Yeah, let's go. As she spoke, perhaps without even noticing it, she actually grabbed Jack's wrist and trotted towards the warehouse. Rose's hands were icy and very comfortable. Jack didn't care. This scene was seen by Hee-sung, who was working in the office on the third floor. He smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. Jack, where do you think we should set up the place? Jack looked through the clothes and answered after selecting a few couple styles. Lover's Street. Lover's Street is a commercial street that is home to hotels, KTVs, bars, and food stalls. Its real name is not Lover's Street. This name is just given by everyone based on its characteristics. This name is much more popular than its original name. Jack only remembers the name Lover's Street. Rose was also very curious about the place, but as a good girl, she had never been there. When I heard that we were going there was anticipation and a little nervousness in my eyes. If we go there, can we do some small activities? Like buying couple outfits and giving roses? Some people are really blessed by God. Take doing business as an example. There are really people who can learn without a teacher. It is not surprising to come up with such an idea in later generations, but this was in 2004, an era where sales depend entirely on yelling. He asked after looking at Rose appreciatively. Okay, but where do we get the flowers? I don't have any money. Rose was about to say, I'm rich, but after thinking it over, she felt that it was inappropriate, as she thought that it might hurt Jack's self-esteem. After all, she underestimated Jack. If she said that, Jack would definitely agree. I have a cousin who delivers flowers. Wait, let me ask her. In Han River City, it seems that there is nothing that Rose can't do. One phone call solved the problem of flowers. The other party also said that they would deliver it directly after the location was confirmed. Since Rose didn't ask for much, he confiscated her money. Done. After hanging up the phone, Rose looked very proud, waiting for Jack to praise her. Sometimes you can appropriately satisfy a little girl's self-esteem. Anyway, praise is cheap just for talk. As expected of you, Rose. You're amazing, Jack said and gave a thumbs up. Rose felt very happy and no longer cared about how he had made her angry several times today. Let's go. Let's try 100 pieces first. Rose took the invoice and was about to go to pay, but was stopped by Jack. Forget it, the cost is mine, and if we sell it, we'll split the profits. Even if the checkout cost 100 pieces of clothing, it would only cost 3,000 yuan, which is too insignificant compared to the huge hole of more than 1 million yuan. Jack is not a stingy person, so he naturally won't accept the money. But Rose refused to do it. He raised his index finger and waved it in front of his face. This is my own business. You're just working for me, so you need to keep it separate. Seeing Rose's support, Jack wisely shut up. After all, this rich woman has money. Hey. Rose chuckled and went to pay the bill. The lady in charge of collecting the money looked at Jack deliberately and only issued the receipt after seeing him nod. Move it to the car. 100 pieces of clothing filled 2 cardboard boxes. Rose had a hard time moving them, so she called Jack. Boys are the ones who do the hard labor. Jack had already agreed to go with her, so he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her about this matter. He pushed the cart and put the things into the trunk very quickly. Jack, when are you going to take your driver's license test? On the way, Rose asked Jack while looking at the car. Jack had already made arrangements. After helping his uncle sort out things at the factory, he would make some time to go. In this era, getting a driver's license is not as troublesome as it is in later generations. If you have the right connections, it may be solved with just a phone call. But Jack is a good citizen who abides by the law and naturally would not do that. But I just need to know this myself, and I don't plan to tell Rose. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for her to ask me to be her driver. Drive carefully and talk less. Humph, you're becoming more and more perfunctory towards me. Rose grumbled in dissatisfaction. Sorry. Rose was just surprised after Jack apologized for no apparent reason, and then Jack spoke again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so obvious. I guess you noticed it. Squeak. With a sudden brake, the tire left a long black mark on the ground. Jack, can't you be nicer to me? Even if you can just lie to me, it's fine. Chapter 23, The Joy of Setting Up a Street Stall. Jack patted his chest in fear. The sudden braking just now was so scary. Fortunately, there are not many cars on the road now. Are you sick? Can't we talk it over nicely? You're driving while doing this. Are you trying to kill yourself? Rose was obviously very angry just now, but when she saw Jack was angry, her momentum suddenly weakened. It seems like I'm really wrong. Sorry. But you are really irritating. Looking at Rose's expression, Jack couldn't continue talking. After all, he's just a child. Okay, keep driving, Jack said, adjusting the seat and pulling up the armrest. It seems that only in this way can I give myself enough sense of security. Jack, could you please be a little nicer to me? Even a little bit, Rose said aggrievedly. She has always been the apple of her family's eye and the center of attention outside. The contrast she experienced with Jack during this period made her extremely uncomfortable. Reason told her that since Jack was so ungrateful, she should leave. But I just can't do it. Rose! Jack's tone also softened. Come to think of it, after I was reborn, my attitude towards Rose was indeed a bit biased from my previous life. This really didn't seem fair to her. Maybe it's out of guilt, Jack said earnestly. When you get to college, you'll meet a lot of people, and a lot of people will pursue you. They will use all kinds of sweet words and flattery to please you. So you have to learn to distinguish. The better someone treats you, the more likely they are to have intentions towards you. I am someone who is truly good to you. I am not afraid of making you angry even if I am straightforward, because I have no plans for you. Rose wanted to cry, but had no tears. She frowned, slowed down the car, and stopped by the roadside. Jack with a bitter face. But I just think you have some plans for me. Just like before. Jack slapped his forehead and was speechless. This child is beyond help. I'll try my best. Huh, is it that difficult? Rose looks particularly playful and cute when she pouts. Seeing that Jack wasn't going to answer, He snorted and ignored him. Continue driving towards Lover Street. Which position do you think is suitable? Lover Street is very long, and as it gets closer to night, more people come to visit. Rose asked Jack after parking the car on the side of the road. Jack glanced around and thought that there should be a lot of stalls in such a crowded place. Why didn't I see any? I couldn't help but wonder whether I could set up a stall here. If I put it up, will I be chased away? Hearing Rose's question, he pointed to an intersection. Over there seemed to be a lot of people there. Never mind. At worst, I can just run away. Rose had short legs and couldn't run fast, so she was the one who was caught. Rose naturally had no idea what Jack was thinking. After making the decision, we started moving things. It's very simple to set up a street stall. All you need is a few racks to hang clothes. For this purpose, she even bought a telescopic pole that could fit into the trunk. Jack felt a little guilty, so he worked extra hard. It took half an hour to set up the stall. Rose ordered were also delivered, more than 200 stems, all individually packaged. Jack, what do we do next? Start yelling? Rose's first time setting up a stall to do business, and it's all because of her passion that she has been able to hold on until now. But driving on the busy street, she was still a little nervous and didn't know where to start. Jack had no experience in setting up stalls, but he did do market research on the streets when he first started his business. It's pretty much the same as this, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Go to the stationery store next door and buy some A3 paper and highlighters, and write on it that you can get roses for free if you buy clothes. The price starts from 30 yuan. Write that first character smaller. Oh. Rose reacted quickly and did as she was told, and she understood the essence of what Jack said. You can't see the character cheap unless you get close to it. Is that so? Rose's handwriting is very beautiful. After she finished writing, she felt it was too empty, so she doodled around it. It is very pleasing to the eye. Sure, just put it on the shelf like this. While Rose was doing this, Jack was not idle either. He made a trumpet with his hands and started shouting. Pick and choose whatever you want, clothes clearance sale. You can't afford to suffer a loss, and you can't afford to be deceived. Don't miss it if you pass by. Buy it now and get a rose for free. Rose was stunned. With her personality, she couldn't do such a thing. After a while of shouting, quite a few people actually came around to choose. Lover Street is full of young people, and the clothes here are all very fashionable, just in line with their aesthetics. How much is this dress? 30 yuan. A girl in her 20s was holding a cup of milk tea in one hand and rummaging through the clothes rack with the other. After seeing a piece of clothing he liked, he took it off and asked Rose. Rose smiled sweetly, but there was still some embarrassment on her face. This one is 80 yuan. Her voice trembled as she spoke. The price was set by Jack, and she felt that he was a bit unscrupulous. The clothes that cost 20 yuan were priced at 80 yuan. 80, the girl muttered, then held it in front of her and gestured. Then I took it to the floor-length mirror and looked at it. Can you make it cheaper? 30 maybe? You wrote 30. Rose didn't know how to answer, so Jack smiled and spoke. Beauty, if this dress cost $30, would you dare to wear it? The 30 yuan one is over there. The fabric is poor and the style is old. Although you would look good in that, it still doesn't suit your style. From a man's perspective, I think you look really good in this dress. You are our first customer, and I think you are attractive to me. How about this? I will give you 20% off, and you can take the 64 yuan. Although she knew that Jack just wanted her to buy clothes, the girl was still moved by his sweet talk. He turned left and right in front of the mirror, making a final struggle. Jack naturally didn't give her a chance to think and continued. You are a discerning person. You can definitely tell that the workmanship and materials of this clothing are all branded goods. As long as you put a label on it and put it in a specialty store, it won't be this price. If you buy it today, we will give you a rose. Well then, after Jack's persuasion, the man finally took out the money. Your boyfriend is too good at talking. You better be careful next time. He is sure to have a lot of bad relationships with other people. Rose while paying. Rose was already blushing a little, and now her face turned even redder. I looked at Jack introducing clothes to another person and quickly looked away. Okay, thanks for the reminder. Chapter 24, Unable to Run. There is a phenomenon in street stall business called agglomeration effect. If a stall is deserted and no one visits it, even if someone is interested in the goods inside, they are unlikely to choose to buy them. But if a lot of people gather there to watch, then passersby will go to join in the fun, even if they are not interested. Jack knows this very well, so when he is shouting, he also greets passersby in a very cool way. Those roses were given away casually. Even if you don't buy clothes, you can still get something if you have a good chat. This led to more and more people coming to the stall. Brother, we took so many roses from you. Isn't it unreasonable for us not to buy you some clothes? The speaker was a woman in her 30s. She was wearing heavy makeup and dressed up gorgeously, and smiling brightly. She was accompanied by two girls in their 20s who looked quite simple and unsophisticated and had not seen much of the world. They all held roses in their hands and looked very awkward. Sister, if you really feel embarrassed, why don't you buy a few? 30% off for 2 items. And considering your temperament, even if you wear it out, no one will know it's street vendor stuff. The woman covered her mouth and smiled. She's really good at talking. Huan Tian Tian, you guys pick 2 things you like, and I'll pay the bill. As she spoke, she put the rose under her nose and smelled it. If you meet someone who gives you flowers when you meet him in the future, you must stay away from him. This brother is just after the few dozen dollars you spent on clothes. I can't say for others. After hearing what the elder sister said, Huan and Tian Tian looked at each other, and then each picked 2 pieces. 320 for 4 pieces? I don't want a 30% discount. I'll give you 300. As the elder sister spoke, she took out the money from her purse. You can call me Sister May. I work at Dingtian. You can come over to visit me later. Jacques saw Sister May. He guessed that she was a prostitute. It's just a pity for Huan and Tian Tian. But what does this have to do with him? Okay, Sister May, I'll just mention your name next time I go. Okay, bye, brother. Dingtian is the largest entertainment venue in the entire Lover Street and even in the entire Hanjiang city. Jack also knows this. In the early 2000s, it offered both formal and informal services. It can be said to be a paradise for the rich. After watching Sister May lead the 2 people in, Jack withdrew his gaze and continued to do his own business. He didn't mean to look down on Sister May at all. If life didn't force it, who wouldn't want to live a decent life? Does it look good? Rose took a rare moment of free time and came to Jack and asked quietly, do you guys like long legs and black stockings? Just now, Sister May and Huan Tian Tian were both wearing professional hip skirts with black stockings wrapped around their slender legs, which really looked good. It depends on the person. I just don't like it. Rose just breathed a sigh of relief, but Jack said something inappropriate at the right time. I like shredded pork. Bah, hooligan. Rose spat and continued. By the way, today is pretty good. We've sold over 50 pieces in just over 2 hours. Shall we go have some barbecue after we close the stall? Jack only knew that business was good, but he had never calculated the exact amount sold. Most of the time is spent chatting with those single beauties. Most of the couples were greeted by Rose. So many. So, can we close the stall early? No, I haven't had enough fun yet. More than 50 pieces were sold in 2 hours, with a net profit of nearly 2,000 yuan, which is a very good career for most people. But to Rose, it was just for fun. It seems that we can't just close the stall. Hearing what Jack said, Rose asked in confusion, what's wrong? Jack didn't have time to explain. A group of people in security uniforms walked over aggressively. Did you set up this stall? Who told you to set up a stall here? The leader saw Rose. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was soon diluted by the arrogance on his face. No stalls are allowed here. A fine of 1,000. As he spoke, he kicked over a nearby clothes hanger. This time it's just paying the money. Next time it won't be that simple. Rose had never seen such a scene before. She was frightened for a moment and dared not speak. Jack's original plan was to run as fast as possible, but for some reason, he just couldn't move his feet. Of course I wasn't scared. Reason told Jack that the other side had more people and more power, so it was not appropriate to get into a conflict. But seeing their arrogant look, I couldn't help but criticize them. Do you fucking think you're a policeman? Do you have the power to enforce the law and impose fines? No one taught you to speak properly? You have a life, but no one to support you. Why the hell do you have to come here to seek a sense of existence? Jack finished speaking. The man laughed out of anger. Boy, if you want to show off in front of a woman, you have to think carefully about your own abilities. I have the final say on this Lover Street. At first you can leave after paying 1,000. Now, Humph, you should call your parents to come and take them away. More and more people gathered around, and some who knew the security guard quickly kept their distance. It seems that this person is really notorious. Little brother, call your family right away, and we can make a big deal out of a small matter. Yes, this is Brother Chung, the security captain of Lover Street. He is responsible for the public security in this area. Listening to the discussions of people around him, Brother Chung looked very proud. Relying on the support of the big boss, he has been acting arrogantly in recent years. Naturally, he didn't take Jack seriously. Jack! Rose's voice was a little trembling as she was protected by Jack. Squeezing Jack's hand, he said to him, "Or give him money." She has been spoiled and protected by her family, and the biggest gangster she has ever come into contact with is probably Jack. Worried that Jack would come into conflict with them, the solution he thought of was to compromise first. It's not that she's weak, she just doesn't want Jack to get hurt. Jack was unusually stubborn. "Damn it, the robbery has come upon me. You run to the car and call the police first. I'll provoke them and make them take action first. I've seen that there are Skynet cameras here. As long as they take action, the rest will be left to Old White. Take good care of yourself. Don't worry, you've met a noble person today." Jack hadn't finished speaking yet, but Rose didn't want to listen anymore. Standing up from behind Jack, "Isn't it enough for me to give you money?" "Oh, it's not about money now." After Chungu gave a malicious laugh, he continued speaking to Rose. "It's easy to leave if you want to. Just stay and have a drink with us." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Jack slapped him in the face unexpectedly. Jack sighed after the slap. "Why couldn't you hold back?" The slap was so powerful that it knocked Brother Chung to the ground. He covered his face in pain and glared at Jack fiercely. "Hit me!" Jack naturally didn't back down. He just yelled at Rose. "Run!" Rose, who had just looked terrified, now calmed down. Shaked his head. "Why don't you guys go up?" When Brother Ching saw that his younger brothers didn't go up, he roared again. But they still didn't move. "Why are you going up there? Aren't you ashamed?" A powerful voice sounded. Brother Chung was so frightened that he shuddered and quickly got up from the ground. Boss Su, why are you here? I can handle this kind of small matter." "You deal with shit. I asked you to buy me some roses, and this is how you buy them?" After Mr. Su scolded his brother, he walked over with an attentive smile on his face. Jack first, and then looked at Rose. "Rose, I'm sorry this scared you. Uncle Su, I want to apologize to you. It was my fault for not managing the place properly." After saying that, he glared at Brother Chung coldly. "Come here and apologize to Rose? Did you just say something you shouldn't have? Slap yourself in the face." At this time, Brother Ching also realized that this beautiful girl was someone he could not afford to offend. He was so scared that he was shaking and almost collapsed to the ground. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me for my mistakes." As he spoke, he slapped his mouth hard. This scene stunned everyone around him. "That's enough." Rose said this coldly and looked at Mr. Su. "Uncle Su, you can handle it yourself. I'm leaving first. Thank you for arriving on time." After all this commotion, Rose no longer had the heart to stay. After saying that, he looked at Jack. "Idiot, pack up and go back." Jack finally came to his senses. Chapter 25, It's Terrible. The whole street is your dad's project? Is Mr. Su the person in charge of this area? Why didn't you say so earlier? Rose said in a coquettish voice. I was also scared at first. Besides, I've never seen anyone like that before. After saying this, the look he gave Jack became particularly gentle. You looked so handsome when you stood in front of me just now. Jack shivered at the look. He quickly explained. Don't get me wrong. I was just so scared that I couldn't walk. It has nothing to do with you. A beautiful curve appeared at the corner of Rose's mouth. You believed Jack's words. If he was really scared, he wouldn't have stood up and slapped Brother Chung when he insulted him. Rose may never forget what happened today. Jack, next time you encounter something like this, don't be so impulsive. The other party has more people and more power, so don't act on your own. At worst, we'll settle the score later. Jack understands the big principles better than anyone else. At first, he even thought about abandoning Rose and running away alone. It's just that when something like this really happens, I can't do it. But he still said it stubbornly. Don't worry, I will definitely run faster than you next time. Rose pursed her lips and looked very happy. By the way, business is pretty good today. Let's continue tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Can't you just stay with me a little longer? You're not my girlfriend. Why should I accompany you? There was an eerie silence in the car. After a while, Rose finally made up her mind, muttering quietly. How can I be your girlfriend if you don't ask me? Jack's mouth twitched, but he still stared out the window and pretended not to hear. Fearing that Rose would continue to interrogate him, Jack simply pointed to a traffic light. Just leave me there. I remember I need to buy something for Old White. Rose said, I'm with you. No need. It's inconvenient for a girl like you to buy men's personal items. Let's go, bye. See you next time, Jack said, waving his hand and closing the car door. Seeing Rose still looking at him through the car window, Jack suddenly quickened his pace. As he walked, he muttered to himself that this world was too crazy and completely different from the trajectory of his previous life. You're back. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when we got home. Mr. and Mrs. Bai were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Jack initially thought they would blame him for coming back so late, but they were surprisingly calm. Have you eaten? Jack heard Hime's question. He realized that he had not had dinner yet. At first, I was thinking about having a barbecue with Rose after selling the clothes. But what she said in the car was so scary. I was so scared that I forgot to eat. Have eat. Just when he was about to trick Hime, his stomach growled twice. Okay, I'll go cook you some noodles. Rose just called and specifically told me that you didn't have dinner. Please sit down for a while. Hime said this and got up and went to the kitchen. After Jack sat down, Walter White deliberately turned down the volume of the TV. Rose's father also called me just now and came over to thank me. He also said that we should take some time to get together as two families. What do you think? Lao Bai spoke so loudly that Hime in the kitchen could hear him. Turning down the volume of the TV also made it easier for her to eavesdrop. Jack noticed what Walter did and naturally spoke louder. He's a big boss who's so busy, let's not cause trouble. If people knew about this, they would think we were trying to climb the social ladder. Lao Bai nodded and stopped worrying about this issue. Not long after, Hime came out with a bowl of noodles. He talked in a rambling manner. I don't know what your relationship is with Rose, and I don't want to ask too much. From the bottom of my heart, I don't want you to fall in love so early, but if you really like it, I won't object. If you don't like it, then tell the girl as soon as possible. Rose calls Jack so frequently, and as someone who has experienced this, how could Hime not know what the little girl is thinking? You're right. It's not appropriate for us to have a party at a fan's house right now. After all, we don't have the right identity. Jack slurped his noodles and gave Hime a thumbs up. Great idea, Mom. Hime rolled her eyes and continued. The results of your teacher's examination are out, and the situation is not very good. Teacher Ho prescribed medicine for him, and he needs to rest. If you have time, you can visit him more often. Jack nodded. Even if she didn't say it, I would go to see Lao Shu. Maybe you can even take some cigarettes and alcohol with you. Eat slowly and don't choke. Hime sat next to Jack and watched him eat noodles. Jack swallowed a mouthful and thought of something. Without even looking up, he said, When are you free? Shall we go to Grandma's house? Grandpa and Grandma want to visit too. Hime was very pleased and said softly, You still have a conscience and think of them. Jack looked at her and smiled a little embarrassedly. Not really. The main thing is that I'm about to go to college, so the old man should at least give me some red envelopes, right? Shall we go and take a walk with those aunts and uncles too? Bang! Hime patted the table and stood up. Staring at Jack, his breathing became visibly rapid. Why did I give birth to such an ungrateful person like you? Hime is different from Bai Xingxue. If she says she will hit someone, she really will. Jack quickly put down the bowl, stood up, and kept some distance. Anger is bad for your health. I advise you to calm down. Calm down? Come here. I'll calm down if you come here. Past. Jack went there because he was crazy. Then you better calm down. I'm going back to the room and sleep. Old White, please help me wash the dishes. Thank you very much, Jack said, rushed into his room and locked the door. His room has an independent bathroom, so there is no need to go out to wash. When Hime saw Jack enter the room, the anger on her face disappeared all of a sudden. After a while, I couldn't help laughing out loud. This bastard is getting more and more slippery. So, you didn't catch it when you could, but now you can't catch it, right? Lao Bai complained as he collected the dishes on the side. Who knew time would pass so quickly? Look how obedient and cute he was when he was little. Lao Bai just smiled. Jack, you have been a troublemaker since you were a child. This child misses his grandparents, but he just doesn't want to say it out loud, so he made up an excuse. Let's take him to see the old man in a few days. Hime nodded. She thinks she knows her own baby very well. Okay, I'll take a few days off. Also, call Jiangzhe and tell him that there's no need for the party. If there's a chance in the future, let's treat them to a meal. Jack may not know what Jiangzhe is thinking, but how could you not know? Our two families are not of the same kind. The so-called gathering is probably to remind us so that we can see the difference and not have any unrealistic ideas. Hime and Bai Xingxue were not fools. They did not believe that a big boss with a net worth of billions would treat them to dinner for such a small matter. They guessed Jiang's intention at once. If you really just want to say thank you, then just say it over the phone. Neither Hime nor Bai Xingxue thought of using this incident to get in touch with the big boss Jiangxia. No. Chapter 26 Breakfast. There are many things I am not used to after my rebirth, especially at night, when that feeling of emptiness suddenly comes over me. Jack wanted to go to bed directly, but I couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard I tried, tossing and turning in bed. After working hard for an hour, I finally sat up and went to the computer. After logging into QQ as usual, I received a series of messages. Looking at the shaking avatar above, Jack clicked on them one by one. Almost all of them came to ask him about purchasing matters. He simply copied and pasted a sentence saying that if you have any questions, just call me for consultation. The class group was as lively as ever, and the most discussed topic was setting up street stalls. Those pilot students went there tonight, and the results were unexpectedly good. The fewest sold were 2 pieces, and the most sold were 7 pieces. The profit of each piece ranges from more than 10 yuan to 20 or 30 yuan. Calculated this way, it is much better than those who work in restaurants and factories during the summer vacation and earn 700 or 800 yuan a month. No wonder so many people ask. Jack muttered something and then remembered something and sighed in annoyance. Damn it, business is so good tonight. Why did you forget to ask Rose for a share of the money? I'm so angry. Jack thought about it. The more uncomfortable he felt. After opening the chat box with Rose, he suddenly thought of what Rose said in the car. He shuddered but still endured it. Although Rose now acts like a spoiled little girl, deep down in her heart, she has an innate pride. This kind of person is suitable to be a goddess, but not suitable to be a girlfriend for the time being, unless you have the capital to completely control her. For now, it's too difficult. Who made her born into a good family? Forget it, just feed it to the dog. If Rose knew what Jack was thinking, she would be furious. At this moment, she was lying on the bed, counting money. While counting, he also muttered to himself. 1,608 for 1,500 for a cell phone. Just a little bit more? If I keep it there for a few more days, I'll be able to buy him one. With a phone, we can get in touch anytime. Rose also thought about buying Jack a mobile phone with her own money, but she gave up when she thought about his temper. During high school, Jack had a strong sense of self-esteem. If I really did that, he would feel that it was a kind of charity. So I thought about working together to earn money to buy him a cell phone. But this bastard obviously doesn't want to go anymore. How can we trick him out? Rose also suffered from insomnia, and all she could think about was Jack. Is Mr. Bai's business going well? Jack came online for a while. He was chopping off Zuma Master and Legend and waiting for the dragon slaying sword to drop when he heard a beeping sound. I clicked on it and saw it was a message from Fiona. It's still okay. At this rate, I should be able to become the richest man in Hanjiang City in the near future. Listening to Jack bragging, Fiona gave a snickering expression. Then I wish you good luck. I have some resources from TV stations and newspapers at home. If you need anything, please let me know. Fiona and Rose have different personalities. Rose has always been strong. As long as she believes something is right, she will do it without any hesitation. Fiona will seek the opinions of the parties involved. Even if I'm just rejected, as long as I'm told no, I will really not do it again. So you can't be polite. Not at the moment. I'll tell you if I need it later. Thank you very much. Fiona's reply was also simple. Contact in advance. After she finished speaking, her profile picture turned gray. Jack does need to contact the TV station. After the sportswear brand is established, it is necessary to use bombardment-style advertising to quickly increase brand awareness. Moreover, whenever he turns on the TV, he hears commercials saying that no gifts will be accepted during the holidays. He is tired of hearing this and wants to change his taste. Early in the morning, Jack was awakened by a knock on the door. Old White, go to work. Why are you looking for me? Jack went to bed very late last night. It's just past 8 o'clock, which is just the right time to go to bed. He stared at the panda eyes and complained sleepily. Rose is here, and you're still sleeping. Jack quickly glanced at the living room and saw Rose sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a sweet smile. Jack's mind, lingering. I wouldn't bother you anyway, so why did you come to my door? Go wash up. Lao Bai was dressed in a suit and tie, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and it seemed that he was planning to go to the office. But Rose came at this time, forcing him to give up his original plan. What's up? After taking some time to wash up, Jack came to Rose with a slightly impatient tone. No one would be happy if someone's sweet dreams were disturbed so early in the morning. I'm here to pick you up and take you to the garment factory. Didn't we agree that I'll be your driver? Rose was no longer surprised by Jack's attitude, still smiling. Lao Bai was looking at the newspaper that had just been delivered today, glancing at the two of them from time to time. I felt confused too. He knew that his son had had a crush on this girl for 3 years in high school. I was even called in by Lao Shu for a talk about this matter. Jack was also specially educated. But judging from the current attitudes of the two people, this is a little different from what I heard before. Who has a crush on whom? Are you serious? Jack looked surprised. I originally thought she was just talking yesterday, but I didn't expect her to be serious about it. A rich lady serves as your own driver? What else? Rose blinked. Boss, when do we leave? Jack heard Rose calling him boss. He felt a little elated. This feeling was great. Jack glanced at Walter and sensed his discomfort. He would no longer waste his time acting as a supervisor here. Let's go. Just in time to check yesterday's business data. Rose's car was parked downstairs, and Jack sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Rose said after getting in the car, "What do you want to eat in the morning?" In his previous life, Jack basically had no habit of eating breakfast. He would sleep until he woke up naturally and then eat lunch. If Rose hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it. Have you got a meal yet? There is an Annie who makes breakfast at home. I came here after I ate. Seeing that Jack stopped talking, Rose turned her head and looked at him. What's wrong? Jack sighed. It's okay. Just go to the garment factory. I can't eat anymore. In my previous life, I was not rich enough to have a special aunt to cook for me. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Rose didn't say anything else, but drove the car to the entrance of the community and stopped on the side of the road. Without asking Jack, he walked directly to the breakfast shop next door and bought 2 buns and a bag of soy milk. Skipping breakfast hurts your stomach, so you'd better eat a little. Seeing Jack staring at her blankly without moving, Rose added, "Eat it first and see how it tastes. If it doesn't taste good, tell me and I'll bring it back to you from home tomorrow morning." Jack took it slowly. For some reason, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. You are so good to me. Don't you want to have my love all to yourself? Rose's pretty face turned red, and she stepped on the accelerator. You talk too much. Even eating can't stop you from talking. Chapter 27 Rich People. Boss Bai, you are here. Rose drove the car directly into the garment factory. After getting off the car, Su Jung came over with a group of people to greet us. He smiled more often. Uncle Su, are yesterday's data out? This is what Jack cares about. Jack was still worried before getting accurate data results. We have to recover more than 1 million yuan in 7 days. The time is too tight and the task is too heavy. Here are the detailed data. Please take a look. Boss Bai, you are really a great blessing to our factory. As Su Jung spoke, he handed a data report to Jack. When Jack was looking at the data, he noticed that Rose was also looking at it, so he lowered the paper a little to make it easier for her to see. From the first order after 1 p.m. yesterday to the last order at 11 p.m., a total of 17 orders were placed, with 582 items. The total income is 17,460 yuan. This data is already very good. At this time, Su Jung was explaining beside him. This is just yesterday's data. Many people just found out about our model and called to confirm, but didn't have time to come over. Today will definitely be a big hit. And if this trend continues, more and more people will come to buy goods. Do you think we need to set a threshold? Leave small orders to agents? Should we only be responsible for large orders? The problem of increased order volume was also exposed. The factory has never used this model before and does not have many staff. Now, everyone who takes orders is doing the job of 2 people, working day and night. There is no problem in the short term, but it will become unbearable after a long time. Jack also thought about this question, but shook his head at Su Jung. Everyone please work hard during this period. Once this batch of goods is processed, we will no longer use this model. This? Jack finished speaking. There was an uproar among the crowd in the factory. This model obviously has a bright future. As long as you continue to do it, you will definitely make a lot of money. Why do you just stop doing it? Jack didn't explain much, he just said to them. Once this model becomes popular, others will follow suit. Our costs are high, and we can't compete with them. We have to transform. I have already discussed the specific plan with my uncle, but it is not convenient to disclose it to you for the time being. Don't worry, the factory will only get better and better in the future. Having said that, Jack hesitated for a while before making up his mind and spoke to everyone. When the transformation is successful, you will all be the founders of the factory. I will then give you some bonus shares and distribute a portion of the company's profits to you all every year. As long as the company makes money, everyone will definitely make money too. Really? That's just wonderful. Boss Bai is wise. The people Su Jung brought with him were all middle and senior leaders of the factory. I came here today just to meet Jack. I first saw that Jack was just a young boy. I looked down on him. But when he heard about dividends, his eyes lit up. In 2004, national wages were generally not high, and they were already better off than most people if they could earn 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. If you add in the company's dividends, then we are definitely considered a high-income earner. Everyone work hard. There are opportunities everywhere in the market now. You don't have to worry about not being able to make money. A bad check is the most deadly. Just a few words aroused the enthusiasm of a large number of people. After Su Jung sent everyone back to their work posts, Rose pulled Jack's arm and asked, "Are you going to transform? What about what you promised my cousin?" "Don't worry, there are other arrangements. As long as your cousin is not stupid, just wait and make money." Rose didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable trust in Jack. "I really won't ask. Anyway, Jack has said so if my cousin still can't make money, it means he is a fool." "Jack, what are your plans for today? Stay in the factory or?" Jack came to the factory today just to look at the data analysis. Nothing will happen after seeing it. This is the advantage of opening a factory. Everything is progressing according to plan. As a boss, you only need to give orders and steer the wheel, and the rest is up to the employees. Jack arranged everything for the factory in the next 7 days and made a detailed plan which he handed over to Heetsong. Nothing will go wrong as long as he's watching over it. So Jack became the one with the most free time. Seeing Jack thinking, Rose asked tentatively, "How about setting up a stall?" Maybe because he really had nothing to do, and out of gratitude for today's breakfast, Jack did not directly refuse this time. But I still checked the weather. The sun was shining brightly, and my skin was already sunburned even after 9 o'clock. "Forget it, it's too hot." But Rose just shook her head. "It's okay. My dad gave me a suggestion last night. He said we can set it up in the Central Commercial Plaza." In 2004, the Central Commercial Plaza was the only large shopping mall in Hannan City. At that time, Wanda Wangfujing had not yet landed in this third-tier city. Jack spread his hands helplessly. He also wanted to use the air conditioning, but he didn't have the ability. "I can't afford the venue rental." Jack finished speaking. He realized that he seemed to have said too much. Rose was smiling brightly. "It's okay. I won't charge you. I know the place well." Jack was stunned. He knew that Jiang's industry was huge, but he still underestimated it. Whether it was last night's Lovers Street or the Central Commercial Plaza, they're both iconic commercial centers in the city. In 2004, when housing prices had not yet risen, this area was already a land of high value. Jack looked at the excited Rose, and the pressure began to build. The empire Jiangja built for her is too huge. With such a strong family business as support, no matter who Rose marries, she can hold her head up high and be the ancestor. "What are you looking at? Is my face dirty?" Rose saw Jack staring at her and thought it was her problem. I quickly took out a makeup mirror from my bag and looked at myself. Everything was fine. "No, I just think you were too good at reincarnation." Rose shrugged her nose. "Humph. Even if my father has no money, I don't mind." Jack could not deny this answer, just like he had never despised Mr. White for being poor. In other words, others don't know what he is thinking, otherwise they would definitely sneer at him. Is Mr. White poor? Maybe he is poor compared to Jiangja, but he is definitely much better off than most people. An intellectual who studies law and has his own law firm has unlimited financial prospects. It's just that the money has always been managed by the stingy Hime, so Jack doesn't have the awareness of being a rich second generation. Chapter 28 Black Ball, Lu Chong. For 3 consecutive days, Jack followed Rose to set up a stall in the mall. Because the location is a prime location with the largest flow of people, business has been very good these days. The same clothes are much more expensive in the mall than on the street. The net profit in these 3 days is at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. Jack didn't ask the exact amount because Rose wouldn't tell him even if he asked. Rose, who is always generous, has been particularly petty these days. There was no thought of splitting the profits with Jack. Jack was lying on a chair, enjoying the air conditioning leisurely, and Rose was the one who received the guests when they came. This quiet day was particularly peaceful, but unfortunately an uninvited guest came. "Jack, I'm exhausted from sunbathing every day, and you're actually enjoying yourself here? And you're leaving Rose alone to work? Can't you just be a human being?" Jack opened his eyes when he heard the voice. "Hey, who is this?" Jack roared in disbelief. There was a black ball standing in front of me. It's like just coming out of a coal mine. After careful observation for a while, I suddenly realized, oh, this is the squad leader. Have you just returned from Africa? Grass. Lu Chong has always been well-mannered, but he still couldn't help but swear. Rose also noticed Lu Chong coming over, and after collecting the money, she also walked over. What's wrong with you? Lu Chong looked at the busy Rose, then looked at Jack, who was just a hands-off boss. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. I really don't understand where I lost. Get the goods. Give me a discount. The quality cannot be bad. Lu Chong is also direct. The reason why he went to the mall to make himself uncomfortable was to get cheaper goods. Are you dreaming? 31 pieces aren't cheap. Although the cost of making each piece of clothing is less than 20 yuan, the minimum selling price is 30 yuan. It's no use no matter who says it. Jack. This time Lu Chong softened his tone. He took off his eye sleeves. Rose saw his arm. She covered her mouth. Jack was also surprised. Lu Chong ignored their expressions. He silently covered his arms with his eye sleeves and spoke slowly. This weather is so hot that it can make your skin peel off. Can you imagine a group of children who are a few years younger than us harvesting wheat in the field under the scorching sun? I'm such a jerk. I started thinking about the poor quality and style of the clothes sold in the towns, so I took the bus to the more remote towns to sell them. It's selling well. The styles are new and good-looking. They're much better than what they wear. I sold more than 70 pieces in 2 days. At first, I was very proud of myself, but yesterday, a little girl who was less than 10 years old came to me with a few crumpled bills and said that it was all the money she had, and she wanted to buy a new dress for her sister. I was defeated. It was then that I realized that the only people in the town were the elderly, except for children. After asking around, I learned that the younger generation had all gone out to work and only came back for a few days during the Chinese New Year. Jack did not interrupt Lu Chong. If it was just what he said before, it would not make such a talented young man show such a sad expression. He just waited for him to continue. He also gave Rose a look and asked her to buy a bottle of water. Lu Chong calmed down and continued. Those left behind children only buy clothes during the Chinese New Year. This time I went to sell clothes, and it became a sin. They don't have much money, and some elderly people buy clothes for them out of pity for their children, but some elderly people think it's a waste to buy clothes now, so they won't let them. Young people are naturally naughty at this age. Some of them stole money from home to buy things. After they were found out, no one came to me to return the money. They just beat the kids. After I found out, I thought about returning the money, and then I saw the kids harvesting wheat in the wheat fields on the way. Many boys were naked, standing in the scorching sun and letting the wheat cut their bodies. After I asked, I found out that they were worried that their clothes would be torn when they were harvesting wheat, and if they got torn, they would have to patch up the scars, which would not look good. Lu Chong comes from a wealthy family, and his parents are both leaders of public institutions. In the past, when I heard about the sufferings of the world, I thought it was wearing cheap clothes and eating meat twice a week. But after seeing it, I realized that it meant they didn't have enough clothes to wear and didn't have enough food to eat. Read 10,000 books, and you still have to walk 10,000 miles. Lu Chong shook his head with emotion. His eyes were red after he finished speaking. After wiping it, he looked at Jack. I've said something so touching. Why don't you have any reaction? Just give me a discount on the clothes, and consider it a good deed. Jack admitted that Lu Chong's words were very touching, but he still shook his head. You. Lu Chong pointed at Jack's nose and wanted to call him a black-hearted person, but was interrupted by Rose. Drink some water first. Jack, what are you thinking about? Lu Chong took the water, unscrewed the cap, took a big sip, and then looked at Jack. Although he was unhappy with Jack, he also knew that he was not the kind of person who only knew how to make money by going against his conscience. You're thinking that I'll give it to you at a low price, and then you can sell it to those kids at a low price, right? Lu Chong said as a matter of course. What else? Stupid. When he heard Jack scolding him, but he endured it. Do you have a good idea? If not, I will beat you up even if Rose tries to stop me. As Lu Chong spoke, he clenched his fists, as if to tell them, I'm not kidding. Jack didn't take it seriously and continued. Now that you've lowered the price, what will the people who bought clothes from you before think? Especially those who stole money from their families to buy clothes from you. Lu Chong was speechless for a moment, as he had never thought about this question. After thinking about it, I could only ask tentatively, how about refund them the money? Jack shook his head. It's a solution, but it's not a good one. Don't blame me for judging you by my own standards. If you do this, you might get into even bigger trouble. Lu Chong was puzzled and looked at Jack with a frown. What do you mean? No matter where you are, there are bad people. If you do this, someone will definitely come to you with old clothes and ask you to return the money. Will you return it or not? If you back off, you're obviously being ripped off. If you don't back off, they'll start making a scene and maybe even start fighting. Hearing what Jack said, Lu Chong frowned even deeper. No, no way. Is there really such a person? Lu Chong grew up in a greenhouse and had never seen the evil nature of human nature, but Jack had seen it for real. The word shameless really has no bottom line. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lu Chong felt scared when he thought about it. He shuddered and shook his head like a rattle. Forget it. Tell me your solution. Some people are like this. Even if their own lives are not satisfactory, they just can't bear to see the sufferings of the world. Jack knew that he was not qualified to give alms to others since he could not even support himself. But after listening to what Lu Chong said and seeing Rose looking at him eagerly, he still softened his heart. However, as a business person, you still have to look at things from a business perspective. Sometimes charity is actually a business. It depends on whether the people doing this business have a conscience. Jack thought not much, but still a little. Left behind children is a social problem and is very common in rural areas. After all, individual abilities are limited. Even if we want to help, we can't do it. But Jack paused at this point. Rose asked hurriedly, "But what?" Chapter 29, Collapse. Jack, I'm waiting for your good news. Jack sent Lu Chong away, and when he left, he repeatedly promised to give him an answer. Rose also hung up the phone at this time and walked to Jack's side. My dad said he's free right now. Let's go over there. Jack has always wanted to meet Jiangja with a very simple purpose, to attract investment. Among the people he currently knows, Jiangja is the richest one. And with Rose as the go-between, it would be a shame not to go. Even if the deal doesn't go through, we can still get to know each other, and there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. If you were optimistic about this giant in the real estate industry as early as 2004, it would be worth getting to know him. Why do you have to go to my office when you can just go to my house? On the way, Rose asked in confusion. Jack naturally wouldn't tell her that life and business had to be separated. It's not a good place to discuss business in his house. I can only say it casually. My mom told me that boys should protect themselves when they are outside and not go to girls' homes casually. Rose shrugged her nose after hearing this. I have never seen anyone so shameless. The key is that I don't seem to be disgusted. Rose drove the car in silence all the way to the downstairs of Jiang's company. The entire office building belongs to them, and it exudes luxury inside and out. Rose, you're here. This must be Jack. Hello, Sister Fei Fei. As soon as they got off the car, a beautiful woman in a professional dress came over and greeted them with a smile. It was obvious that she had been waiting here for some time. Come with me. The chairman has canceled a reception just to wait for you. Fei Fei has a pleasant voice, and her service etiquette is impeccable. Jack followed her into a special elevator and pressed the button for the 28th floor. This is the highest floor of this office building. The entire floor is Jiang's office area, and no one can come up here without his permission. Fei Fei brought the two of them up and knocked on the office door. Chairman Rose and the others are here. Can I come in? Jiangja put down what he was doing and responded. Komin. Compared with by Xingshue's elegance, Jiangja has more of the aura of a superior. Although he is almost 50 years old, he still looks like he is in his 30s. Because of his regular fitness, his muscles are clearly outlined against the background of his shirt. After asking the two to sit down, Fei Fei looked at Jiangja and waved to her. Then she consciously left. Jiangja poured water for both of them and sat down between Rose and Jack. Without looking at Rose again, he asked Jack directly, I heard from Rose that you want an investment? Jack picked up the water glass and took a sip, nodded gently. I know you're very busy, Uncle Jiang. I won't take up too much of your time. 10 minutes will be enough. Here's the plan. Please take a look. Jack did not expect Jiangja to give him more time out of courtesy. The necessary distance must be maintained. Jiangja took the plan and raised his wrist to look at his watch. Let's get started. Jack knows that time is precious and doesn't waste words. We have established our own sportswear brand, and the garment factory is being transformed to fully produce sportswear from the next batch. The future market is huge. Jack spoke for several minutes, most of the time analyzing the market. Jiangja was listening attentively, but couldn't help interrupting him later. There are still 4 minutes left, and you only talked about the market. What about your advantages? Jack smiled and was waiting for Jiangja to ask questions. If you don't ask, it means you don't have much intention and there's no need to continue. Since you asked, it means you were listening carefully. I didn't neglect myself just because I was young. The Olympics will be here in a few months, and I have chosen a few athletes who are not very exposed at the moment but have great prospects to be my spokespersons. Jiangja looked at the plan in his hand and nodded. You can try to win big with a small investment. If you add the bombardment advertising you mentioned in the plan, it will work. At this point, Jiangja changed the subject and said, but if that's all, it's not enough. Jack waited for Jiangja to finish speaking and nodded before continuing. Yes, before today, I was also thinking about what other solutions there were, until I met a classmate who came to me. Jack kept the secret at this point. Uncle Jiang, I know you do charity every year, but it's not widely reported. Jiangja raised his eyes and smiled helplessly. Everything I have comes from society. I just want to give back. Does it have anything to do with this? Of course. Jack then briefly summarized Lu Chang's words. After finishing speaking, he started to get to the point. At first, I kept thinking about advertising slogans, and I rejected many of them. It occurred to me today that the best advertisement is charity. After we opened our store, our focus was not on quality and style, but on donating one piece of clothing to children in mountainous areas for every piece we sold. Once we have successfully promoted it, many celebrities and athletes will cooperate with us in order to establish their image. Jack meaningfully, but no words were spoken. 10 minutes have passed. Rose, I'm out of tea. Go ask Fei Fei to get me a box. Rose didn't say a word the whole time, just listened quietly. Although he wanted to stay here and continue listening, he couldn't refuse Jiangja's request. I could only say okay, and got up and left. Jiangja continued speaking only after the door closed. Jack, what is your relationship with Rose now? Jack subconsciously wanted to say classmates, but he held back after seeing Jiangja's gaze. What do you think our relationship is? Others either kowtowed or fawned in front of Jiangja. Jack's neither humble nor arrogant attitude is unusual. I never interfered with Rose's life before because I gave her all kinds of rituals and surprises since she was a child and cultivated her vision very high. It's to prevent her from being easily moved to emotions. Jack understands the mentality of an old father very well. My little cotton-padded jacket would be so heartbroken if it was easily kidnapped by someone. He knew what Jiangja wanted to say to him, but he didn't point it out. Wait for him to say it himself. That Jack still looked uncomfortable. Jiangja continued to drink water calmly, but finally couldn't help it. Even if you don't come to see me today, I'm going to ask you out for dinner. Before I met you, I always thought you were a brat. But after meeting you, I found that you have a sophistication that does not match your age. Having said that, Jiangja emphasized it again. It's not maturity, it's sophistication. Jiangja's achievements today are closely related to his vision. He is also very good at judging people. Jack smiled. Thank you for your affirmation. Jiangja also laughed. You can invest this money, and you can even double it. But I have a request. Jack roughly guessed it, but out of respect, he still said it to Jiangja. You say, keep some distance from Rose. It's best not to have any contact with her before you graduate from college. Jiangja didn't say anything definite. At least he didn't say don't contact me again. In front of Rose, Jiangja always maintained the image of a kind father and always met her requests. But he is a father after all, and his identity means that he cannot accept that Rose has his own feelings at such a young age. After seeing Jack's sophistication, he even suspected that Jack approached Rose on purpose. Jack silently put away the plan on the table. The expression didn't change much. To Jiangja, he is too insignificant now. What else can I say? I wanted to separate my life and business, but others mix them together. There is no way the talks can continue because the two sides are not equal. Damn, Jack felt suffocated. Uncle Jiang, I'm sorry to have wasted your time. Don't worry, my original plan was to travel alone after filling in the application form. Jack was about to leave after he finished speaking when Rose came in with tea leaves. Jack, you're leaving. Yeah, Mr. Jiang has something else to do, so I won't bother you. Rose also noticed the change in the way Jack addressed Jiangja. He frowned unconsciously, but Jiangja said with a smile, Rose, go see Jack off. Jack, you're welcome to come over anytime. P.S. If you like reading this, please add it to your bookshelf, send a flower, click to urge for more updates, and give it 5 stars. About 90 degrees. Chapter 30 Unhappy. Didn't my father agree? After leaving the office, Rose asked anxiously. Jack felt much more relaxed at this moment. Of course, it would be best to have financing, which can help you avoid many detours. Even if there is no such thing, don't panic because you can see the market trends and environment in the next 18 years. If you also know the champion teams of the next few World Cups, it will be hard not to get rich. About Jiang's request to keep a distance from Rose, and she never thought about what would happen between them. I agree, but I can't give you the conditions you want. What conditions? Rose wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, but Jack obviously didn't want to continue. I hailed a taxi and went up. Okay, just send it here. Your father is also very hardworking. Spend more time with him. After getting in the car, Jack opened the window and waved. Go back, I have to get busy. By the way, you don't need to pick me up during this period. I want to go back to my hometown to visit my grandparents. After saying that, he asked the driver to drive away. Jack didn't know what was going on, and he still felt a little uncomfortable for some unknown reason. Rose stood blankly at the intersection until the taxi disappeared around the corner, and then she looked away. Her intuition told her that this time she seemed to have really lost Jack and would never be able to find him again. Her tears suddenly flowed out uncontrollably. After wiping it twice, he hurried to Jiang's office. Jiang upstairs saw this scene clearly through the floor-to-ceiling window, but his expression did not change. He turned around, made a cup of tea, and waited for Rose to come in. What conditions did you propose? Nothing? What's wrong? Why are you crying? Rose had a lot of questions she wanted to ask, but when she saw Jiang's expression, she knew that even if she asked, he wouldn't tell her. He just shook his head and shut up. After taking a deep breath, Rose adjusted her breathing and looked straight at Jiangja. Dad, you are busy. I'm leaving first. Instead of wasting time with Jiangja, it would be better to go find Jack and ask him, although I don't know where Jack has gone. But just as he was about to leave, Jiangja stopped him. Why are you walking? Sit for a while. Your mother will be here soon, and you can go home with her. How long has it been since you last practiced the piano? Jiangja rarely became stern in front of Rose. Rose shuddered, hesitating between going and not going. But Jiangja didn't give her a chance to hesitate. Enough of playing, it's time to get down to business. Starting tomorrow, I will go to class every morning and come to the company for rotation internship in the afternoon. Rose felt very uncomfortable and wanted to argue with Jiangja, but Jiangja glared back at her. She has always been a good girl, and she is okay at acting coquettishly and cute, but she does not have the courage to talk back to her parents. The talks have failed, so we have no choice but to take another approach. After leaving Jiang's office, Jack went directly to the garment factory. He was sitting in Hee-sung's boss chair with his legs crossed, looking unhappy. Hee-sung was not surprised by this. Ever since you told me that Rose is Jiang's daughter, I knew there was no hope. After all, the gap is too big. But don't be discouraged. You are still young and have a bright future ahead of you. Jack shook his head. I'm not discouraged. I'm just a little upset. It's okay to be unhappy. You need to turn your grief and anger into strength. Jack shook his head and stopped dwelling on the issue. By the way, Uncle, what did the bank say? The uncle looked very proud. As long as we pay off this loan, the next loan amount can be increased to 1 million. And as a special fund to support enterprises, it is interest-free for 1 year. Looking at his uncle's expression, Jack didn't intend to attack him. Although the purchasing power of 1 million in this era is stronger than tens of millions in later generations, it is still too little for a newly established corporate brand that is eager to expand into the market. But it's better than nothing, so just take it step by step. I am still young and can endure it. There are only 2 days left before the loan repayment and salary payment. How is the capital recovery going? Jack hasn't paid much attention to the garment factory these days. Man proposes, God disposes. Hee-sung threw a pile of reports over. Take a look. The original plan was to recover 1 million yuan in funds in 7 days. But at the current rate, it can be completed today. Except for the first day, when I only earned tens of thousands. The rest of the days, I earned more than 200,000. I really have to thank Rose. Many of them came here after seeing the information on the space. And I heard that someone is promoting us on the forum, but I don't know who it is. The internet society is really convenient. Jack pursed his lips. What's the point of saying thank you now? It's still unclear whether we can meet again in the future. Seeing that Jack was in a bad mood, Hee-sung realized that he had said something wrong. He chuckled twice and left, saying he was going to inspect the production line. Jack turned on his computer and logged into his QQ. There were so many messages that he was too lazy to reply. Rose also sent a lot of messages. They're all asking what happened. Why did Jack leave, and Jiang should not let him go to find him? Jack didn't reply either. He could understand Jiang's approach very well. If I were in his shoes, I might have been even more ruthless. To ask for your own cotton-padded jacket is like asking for your own life. The class group is a paradise where no one's negative emotions can affect the liveliness inside. In addition to discussing starting a business, the most heated topic was camping a week later. For the 2-day and 1-night trip, Lu Chang arranged for a bus to meet everyone at the school gate. All the material supplies have been arranged, and based on the principle of convenience and affordability, a rough estimate is that each person will need to pay approximately 60 yuan. I have made a table of specific prices. Please check it yourself if you have any questions. If you want to go, give me the money. Jack agreed that Lu Chang should sort out the money issue before leaving, as this would save a lot of trouble. Shouldn't you be at the mall with Rose at this hour? How did you find time to go online? Jack was browsing the group messages when he suddenly received a message from Fiona. The two of them would chat for a while every day, but they would just keep it to the point. This way of getting along is the most comfortable. Having contact won't make the relationship fade, and not having much contact won't cause you to worry about it heating up out of control. Jack replied, tapping the keyboard with both hands. I've worked hard for a few days, but didn't get a penny. Let's go on strike. I'm not going to do this anymore. Fiona sent back a few snickering emojis. More than 10 minutes later, she sent another message. Rose just came to me. What happened? Did you have a conflict with Uncle Jiang? Jack would admit it, so he replied directly. No, Mr. Jiang and I have the same values, and we had a very pleasant chat. Fiona didn't ask any more questions and just sent a message. Even if the journey is long, the destination will be reached. Even if the task is difficult, it will be accomplished. Come on. If you feel bored alone, you can find me. After posting, another addition was made below. Don't worry, my family doesn't have as much property as Rose's, so it's not difficult to get along with them. Jack felt warm in his heart, Fiona. Thinking back carefully, I didn't seem to have much contact with this girl during my 3 years of high school. I just vaguely remember that the first fight outside of school in high school was because of her, right? Because of what? Jack couldn't remember, but it wasn't jealousy. Chapter 31 Payroll. For workers in garment factories, the happiest day is when they get their wages. Especially this month. The factory expanded production last month, and we were working overtime every day, and the overtime pay was higher than the normal pay. By this calculation, the salary you will receive this month will be considerable. I worked 5 or 6 hours overtime every day last month. Based on the working hours, I could earn nearly 3,000 yuan. I'm almost there too. My kid is about to go on summer vacation. When the salary arrives this time, I'll ask his mom to take him to the provincial capital amusement park for 2 days. Haiwa, what about you? You won't go looking for Shally again this time, right? The one called Haiwa gave a sly smile. Rubbed his hands. Shally can also call Daddy. So cool. After Haiwa finished speaking, evil laughter rang out from all around. What workers care about is the salary they can get after working hard for a month. As for the financial problems encountered by the garment factory, they had little to do with them before wages were paid. As long as it can be sent out, it's fine. If you can't send it out, there is no other way except to make a fuss. Produce a group and go get your salary. Don't panic, go one group at a time. In 2004, most companies paid their salaries in cash. You need to sign in person to receive it. After hearing the news of receiving their wages, the workers continued to work, but their minds were no longer on it. The finance department of the garment factory has already calculated everyone's salary and put them in envelopes. Workers can just give them the money when they come. We will take clear inventory on site and will not be responsible after the goods leave the counter. If you have more, it's yours. If you have less, don't make a fuss. One group of people received the envelope containing their wages with great excitement and immediately opened and counted them. But the more I counted, the more something seemed wrong. There was no sound at the end. Jack was standing right beside them, and seeing their expressions, he didn't say anything. If you have no problem, go back. There are people waiting for you. Jack had been in the factory all this time, and the workers were very familiar with him. Some cunning ones immediately trotted away, as if they were afraid of being stopped if they walked too slowly. Someone took the lead, and the others followed with their heads down. There were just a few people who looked honest and upright, standing there with an air of wanting to say something, but hesitating. After hesitating for a moment, he decided that he had almost walked all the way, so he gritted his teeth and walked towards Jack. Mr. Jack, the salary this time is not right. Jack looked at him. This man was not much older than himself, and his face was still young. To Jack seemed to drain all of his courage. Jack asked with interest, "What's wrong? Did you give me too little?" "No, not." He shook his head. "Too much. Including overtime, I should get 2,780 this month, but I was given 3,000. Jack didn't answer him, but asked, "Everyone else is leaving. Why don't you leave?" "Too many? I don't dare to take it." Jack sighed. There really are honest people. If it were him, he would have run away long ago. This is this month's bonus. As long as the company's profit reaches the target, there will be bonuses in the future. Jack patiently explained to him and even asked for his name before he left. This kind of person may not be suitable for doing business, but he can definitely make people feel at ease when doing things. Oh my God, why is the salary so much higher this time? After the wages were paid, the workers in the production workshop showed expressions of surprise. At first, I thought that only I had more money and there was something wrong with the financial accounting. But when I asked later, I found out that everyone had received too much. Haven't you heard? This is the bonus that Jack gives us. Jack is so generous. I originally planned to stop after this month, but now I won't leave even if you kill me. Yeah, 3,000? My brother-in-law, who is a teacher, doesn't have that much. I wonder if he will look down on me again in the future. I'll tell my wife later that I only got 2,500 yuan, and the rest he. While everyone was discussing, Jack walked into the workshop under the leadership of Heat Sung. Everyone around him greeted him warmly with bright smiles on their faces. Please stop what you are doing. Jack has something to say to everyone. The garment factory has 3 workshops, each with about 100 people. After Heat Sung finished speaking into the loudspeaker, everyone stopped, the sound of machines disappeared, and the entire workshop became quiet in an instant. Jack took the loudspeaker without any stage fright. He found a high place to stand so that he could see the entire workshop. I believe most people are satisfied with today's salary. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Jack finished speaking. There was a burst of agreement from the audience. Jack continued. This is just the beginning. There will only be more and more in the future. From now on, in addition to your fixed hourly wages and overtime pay, you will also receive a profit-sharing bonus. As long as the factory's profits meet the target, we will give everyone dividends every month. There are many people who make big promises, but few who actually put the pie into the mouths of workers. Jack doesn't mind being a pioneer. At the end, Jack mentioned one more thing. Of course, if you feel that this salary is not enough, there are other ways to make more money. What is the solution? Mr. Jack, can you please tell me? Tell me first, is this against the law? There were many people shouting, and Jack could vaguely hear a few words. He roughly understood their concerns, gestured for everyone to be quiet, and continued. Of course, it's not illegal. If you have any channels, you can find out which clothing stores are closed and planning to sell. As long as it's within the city limits, it doesn't matter which city it is. As long as you provide true and valid information, there will be a reward of $50. Jack's words were like a bomb, causing a stir among the crowd. I thought it would be so difficult. Is this it? Isn't that just shopping? There are many clothing stores on the streets now, and many of them are planning to transfer their businesses because they are unable to continue operating. One is 50, so 100 would be 5,000, right? Mr. Jack, are you serious? Of course it's true. Getting Jack's affirmative answer, everyone was eager to try it. Don't waste the money you pick up. Jack was worried that some people didn't hear or remember, so he had a few display stands placed at the entrance of the workshop. Anyone passing by can see it. After returning to the office, Heat Sung smiled attentively and made a cup of tea for Jack. Then he pulled a stool and sat next to Jack. Jack, what do we do next? Jack paid out nearly 100,000 yuan in extra wages today, and Heat Sung felt the pain for a while. You have to know that after paying off the loan, payment for goods and wages, there is less than 200,000 left. When I think about the first batch of unsold clothes that will be recycled in a few days, I feel a chill down my spine. Chapter 32, Hermit Crab. Next, of course, we need to find someone to take over. Haven't you noticed that our orders have started to decrease? Some factories have already started to imitate our model. Heat Sung certainly knew this, and this was also what he was worried about. Other factories offer lower cost prices and higher recycling prices. It's obviously to grab the market. Jack said to find someone to take over, but it's not that easy. Jack, stop beating around the bush. Jack could say anything. He heard Su Zheng's voice coming from outside the office. Jack, the meeting room is ready, and everyone is waiting. Okay, I'll be right there. Jack stood up, straightened his clothes, and then said to Heat Sung, "Come on, go, and listen and you'll know." Heat Sung hadn't seen Soo Jung for 2 days. Knowing that Jack had assigned him a job, he didn't ask. Now that Soo Jung is back, it looks like the job is done. There were more than 20 people sitting in the conference room at this time. Heat Sung took a look and found that they were all strangers. Sat down quietly in Jack's deputy seat. "Boss Bai?" The leader of the group called out Jack in disbelief when he saw Jack. He smiled only after Jack nodded. "You are really young and promising. Before I met you, I thought you." Jack also laughed. "You thought I was a middle-aged uncle? Hey, don't be offended. Your idea is very bold. I guess that you were young, but I didn't expect you to be so young." Jack said, "If you want to praise me, let's go to the nightclub some other day and drink while you praise me. We still have to talk about business today." She nodded. "Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Ying, and this is my team. I came here today to discuss the details with you." As Lu Ying was speaking, an assistant beside her handed over 2 documents. Jack and Heat Sung each got one. "This is a plan based on your request. Do you think there is anything that needs to be adjusted?" Heat Sung understood Jack's idea only after reading the document. He wanted to cooperate with clothing stores that were about to go bankrupt. "We provide the supply, they are responsible for sales, and finally we share the profits. If the sales volume is not reached, in addition to compensating their operating costs, they will also have to pay a loss of 2,000 to 3,000. This is a typical gambling agreement." No wonder Lu Ying said this idea is very bold. However, this can indeed reduce the cost of opening a store to a great extent. It's not just the financial cost, but also the time cost. You should know that it takes at least more than a month for a clothing store to rent a store and open for business. What is lacking now is time. You use Jack. You can skip this step. In the proposal submitted by Lu Ying, their team contacted merchants and was responsible for market development. There is no fee if the negotiation fails, but if it succeeds, in addition to the fixed commission of 1,000 yuan, 3% of the store's turnover will be charged for 1 year. Of course, the fees are not in vain, as they will also be responsible for some of the store's marketing and promotion. Heat Sung frowned when he saw this. He also contacted the marketing team, but the offer was obviously too high. I don't know where Jack found that person. But to his surprise, Jack nodded and agreed without hesitation. "I am very satisfied with this plan. Let's follow it." Lu Ying was very surprised by this. "You don't want to think about it?" Her offer was indeed much higher than the market price, and she prepared a lot of arguments in advance to convince Jack. But I didn't expect Jack to agree so directly. Those preparations were of no use. Jack threw the documents on the conference table and leaned lazily on the sofa. Instead of directly answering Lu Ying's question, he asked, "I recognize your team's capabilities. I only care about one thing. Why did you leave Teacher Du's team?" Jack works in marketing. The first case that comes to his mind is Beibeijia and a good memory. There's nothing you can do about it. Anyone who has experienced this era will never forget it. From childhood to adulthood, I have been harvested. Lu Ying is one of the core members of Teacher Du's team. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly left and formed his own team not long ago. Jack happened to be short of people, so he asked Soo Jung to contact them. Lu Ying smiled and shook her head. Different philosophies, I guess. Jack saw that Lu Ying didn't want to answer, so he tactfully stopped asking. "Trust the people you employ. Since you have chosen her, you must trust her 100%. It's a pleasure to work with you. I have already mobilized resources to do marketing, and I believe that the list will be handed over to you soon." "It's a pleasure to work with you." After signing the agreement, the two shook hands and ended the meeting. Jack has always believed in one principle: leave professional matters to professionals. He can also run the market himself, but he doesn't think he is much better than them. My advantage lies in my vision and control over the future market. There is no need to spend time on market development. After seeing Lu Ying and the others off, Jack continued to sit on the sofa, tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers. Jack is very confident in leaving the marketing matters to Lu Ying's team. All he needs to worry about now is advertising. Jack's idea is to start a pilot project in Hannan City, gradually radiate to surrounding cities and counties, and then occupy the national market. Other companies usually make 3-year or 5-year plans and move forward step by step, but Jack doesn't want to go that slow. If you want to occupy the entire province or even the whole country's market in a short period of time, you can only occupy the magpie's nest like a hermit crab. Doing this is very risky. If the business is not managed well and the magpie's nest does not gain enough benefits, it will soon be kicked out and eventually lose all its money. At this time, advertising becomes particularly important. Jack was thankful that the athletes he had approached before had already signed endorsement agreements and filmed advertising videos, and the fees were lower than he had imagined. The five of them spent less than 300,000 yuan in total. The most expensive, Lu Xiang, only charged 100,000 yuan to shoot an endorsement advertisement at this time. Although the commercials have been filmed, now is not the best time to release them. We have to wait until the eve of the Olympics. How to do advertising before the Olympics. Teacher do relies on parents' concern for their children, but what can sportswear rely on? Jack, someone wants to see you. While Jack was lost in thought, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Now the factory director's office is exclusively for him, and even Heat-sung needs to knock on the door before coming in. Jack came to his senses and put out his cigarette. Come in. Director Bai, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to be getting more and more imposing. Fiona spoke softly, covering her mouth with her hands and giggling as she spoke. Why are you here? Come and sit down. Jack was also a little surprised. Although they had been chatting on QQ, he hadn't seen Fiona since he came out of the game hall last time. Fiona pursed her lips and said helplessly, I was asked to bring you something. Ah? Chapter 33, Cell Phone. Jack looked at the cell phone box in Fiona's hand in surprise. What is this? My cell phone, Fiona said calmly, adding after she finished speaking. Oh, Rose asked me to bring this to you. It said that we got the dividends from setting up a stall together a few days ago. Fiona said as she looked thoughtful. It seems like setting up stalls is really profitable. Jack roughly understood what was going on and didn't refuse, as he needed it right now. Just like Rose said, this is money I earned myself, so I feel at ease with it. Seeing Fiona talking about setting up a stall, Jack said, Yes, it is true. Just look at the monitor, and you will know. He is as black as a ball. Poochie. Fiona had seen Lu Chang's photo in the class group, and she couldn't help laughing when she thought of his appearance. Then forget it. While chatting with Fiona, Jack had already taken out his cell phone. Nokia 7610, this is also the first camera phone with 1 million cameras. The feel is pretty good. Jack found that a SIM card had been inserted and Rose's phone number was saved in the address book. Fiona also saw it and said from the side, By the way, Rose also asked me to tell you that we'll see each other in college. Jack acted as if he didn't hear Fiona's words and called the office landline with his mobile phone. After seeing the caller ID, I wrote it down with a pen. The number was pretty good, only differing by 1 digit at the end from Rose's new number. What's your phone number? Let me write it down. Fiona's family background is also good. Her father is a university professor, and her mother is the leader of the provincial TV station. They are a typical scholarly family. In his senior year of high school, his parents gave him a cell phone so that they could contact her more easily. Fiona naturally didn't mind and asked again after talking on the phone. I see you've been writing ads on your desk. What? Are you going to advertise? Jack has a bad habit of writing down the keywords on paper when he is thinking about something. He also knows that this habit is bad, but he can't change it. So I had no choice but to not let anyone into my office. Jack didn't expect Fiona to come over, so he didn't clean up. He nodded and admitted it generously. Yes. Aklotingat? Well, I just don't know where to start. Fiona hesitated for a while and then asked tentatively. Can you tell me about it? Of course, this is the specific content. Please refer to it and find the appropriate method. When it comes to business secrets, they are generally kept confidential, but Jack doesn't think Fiona is a spy sent by competitors. Naturally, I didn't guard against her. Besides, she is an excellent student at Capital University, and Jack also wants to hear her opinion. The main selling point is charity? Jack nodded. Yes. After getting confirmation, Fiona read the entire plan. After closing the plan, he looked at Jack deeply. Jack couldn't understand that look. Do you usually watch variety shows? Jack in 2004. But after being reborn, you rarely watch TV because you find it boring. Seeing Fiona asking questions, he just shook his head. Fiona was not surprised at all and continued. There's a variety show called Very 6+1. Have you heard of it? I have heard of it. Why? Do you want me to advertise for the central bank? I want to, but I don't have the money. Jack spread his hands helplessly. If you have a lot of money, who would have these worries? What is needed now is the best publicity with the least amount of money. Fiona shook her head. There was a guest in one of the previous episodes who was from a small town in our city. His family is not well off, and he has 3 younger brothers and sisters to support. Jack roughly understood what Fiona meant. You mean for me to contact him? Fiona nodded. After returning home from the program crew, He has been committed to helping left-behind children in poverty, which has aroused great repercussions in society. The provincial TV station will also interview him in a while. If he can mention your clothing brand during the interview. Fiona didn't say anything else. She believed Jack would understand the rest. But Jack still had some questions. The TV station won't allow this kind of advertising placement, right? The TV station is also very stingy. If it is not their own business, they will even put a thick layer of mosaic on the mineral water for fear that others will take advantage of it. Fiona smiled slyly. As long as you don't act too deliberately, it will be fine. You can just treat the TV station's leaders to a meal. As for how to invite you, it's up to you. Jack stared at Fiona blankly after hearing this. The maturity she displayed was not at all like that of an 18-year-old girl. A young girl who just finished the college entrance examination is so knowledgeable about the ways of the world. What's wrong? Seeing that Jack was staring at her, Fiona felt a little flustered, and two barely noticeable blushes appeared on her face. It's okay, thank you. After Fiona's suggestion, Jack remembered that in 2004, he should give his leader some thicker local specialties, which was more practical than anything else. Fiona pursed her lips and looked at Jack meaningfully. Thank you just for saying it. It doesn't mean anything. This put Jack in a difficult position. He was just talking, so did he need to pay something for it? Seeing Jack's eyes wandering around her with a sly smile on his face, even Fiona couldn't stand it anymore. He shielded Jack's view with his hand. Sure enough, Rose is right. You are a hooligan. Jack felt wronged. He had always been very careful in front of Rose, right? How did he leave the impression of a gangster? Did she really say that? Fiona nodded, her voice clear and crisp. Yes. Also, let me stay away from you, so as not to be led astray by you. What do you think? Fiona pretended to be in deep thought at first. Then when she saw Jack was very interested, she winked playfully. Me? What do you care about me? Jack was stunned for a moment. This was one of the few high school memories he had. Fiona is a typical good student, quiet, obedient, and a few words. I never thought there was such a naughty side. Okay, let's change the subject. What are you having for lunch? I came all the way here to bring you something. Why don't you treat me to a meal? Chapter 34 Guests. Rose asked Fiona to help deliver something to Jack, and she also had her own little thoughts. I just want her to know that she and Jack have a very good relationship. Fiona is much more mature than Rose, so she naturally noticed this. Even so, I didn't refuse. He simply gave Jack the cell phone that Rose bought for him. Since I gave you a gift, it's not too much to have a meal with you, right? Anyway, Fiona doesn't think it's excessive. Jack also thought it made sense. The garment factory is in the suburbs, and there is not much to eat outside. It was past lunchtime, and the cafeteria was not open. There was no choice, but Jack had to cook by himself. In addition to 6-person employee dormitories, the garment factory also has several suites, specially prepared for leaders who don't want to go home. Jack asked for a room which was fully furnished with all the appliances. It is also convenient for cooking. They say boys' rooms are messy. What's wrong with yours? Fiona was still a little nervous when she followed Jack into the room. This is the first time in my life that I've shared a room with a boy. I can only find some topics to ease the atmosphere. Jack doesn't care about what little girls are thinking. After putting on an apron, she took some vegetables out of the refrigerator. He'd sung at people by them all this morning. He asked without turning his head while taking the food. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Then you should tell a lie first. The lie is that I am a person who likes to clean up, and I can't stand seeing my house in a mess. Fiona laughed when she heard this and spoke as she laughed. What about the truth? The truth is that there are special Annies here to clean. It's none of my business. If I lived alone, it would be different. Jack added after he finished speaking. Just keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone, or it will affect my chances of finding a girlfriend. Fiona smiled even more brightly when she heard this. You still have some self-awareness. So you want to find a girlfriend who can help you with your housework in the future? Jack nodded and said, That's the plan. When I got to college, I found a girlfriend and rented a house. It was so wonderful. For some reason, Jack was particularly relaxed in front of Fiona and said whatever he thought, no matter whether it is appropriate or not. Maybe it's because we've been chatting on QQ for so long that we've become friends. Fiona spat after hearing this. You are such a hooligan. You want to live together before you even get married? Jack scratched his head. That seems a bit rogue. Humph. Okay, you watch TV first, I'll go cook. Go ahead, let me see Chef Bai's cooking skills. In his previous life, Jack was used to living alone and didn't like eating out, so he learned how to cook. It's just that in my previous life, I always made it for myself, and never for others. Not even a biological mother. There was no other reason. Hime didn't believe he could cook. Worried he'd burn the house down. Jack didn't want to make the meal for too complicated. A simple 3 dishes and a soup will do. Jack really brought the dish. Fiona, who was watching TV, was dumbfounded. You really can do that? It's rare to find a boy of this age who can cook. Give me a pair of chopsticks. Let me try first. Don't worry, I won't tell you even if I have diarrhea. Jack handed over the dishes and gave Fiona a blank look. A lot of talk. Hey. Fiona took it and smiled sweetly. I'm starting. Fiona was obviously very satisfied with the food Jack cooked. Jack, from time to time while eating, he said that even if he couldn't find a job after graduation, he wouldn't have to worry about starving to death. You can also sell stir-fried vegetables on the street. The meal also allowed Jack to see another side of Fiona. Although she is very mature, she is also a bit naive in her cute and playful nature. Jack, you're done. Go wash the dishes. After eating, Fiona wiped her mouth and spoke naturally. But who knew that Jack would just throw the apron over? Not washing dishes is my last resort. I advise you to take care of yourself. Fiona showed a surprised expression and picked up the apron to look at it. You want me to wash? Now that you know everything, why don't you move? How do you treat guests like this? It didn't exist before, but it exists now. Fiona pouted, but even though she was helpless, she was finally pushed into the kitchen by Jack. Jack didn't know was that after he turned and left, Fiona smiled, having a great time laughing. It was just an ordinary thing, but she took it very seriously. Did you finish washing? About half an hour later, Fiona came out of the kitchen. Throwing the apron to Jack, he rolled his eyes. If I had known that I would have to wash dishes when eating at your place, I would not have come here no matter what. Okay, the food has been delivered and the meal has been eaten. I'm leaving now. No need to send me off. Fiona put a lot of emphasis on the last few words, because she found that after she expressed her intention to leave, Jack really had no intention of getting up and seeing her off. At this moment, she remembered what Rose said when she complained to her. This guy is really a bastard. Jack pretended not to know and just watched TV. It took a while before he turned his head. Hey, why haven't you left yet? Fiona was furious. She stamped her feet and threw the wool slippers she had just changed into at Jack. Let's talk it over. Don't use your hands. I want to talk to you nicely, but your hand won't listen. Fiona said this without stopping her hands. Throw the other one over as well. He even clapped his hands after finishing. After Jack packed up the pair of slippers he had just unpacked, he glanced at Fiona. How about I give you a ride? The distance from the dormitory to the entrance of the garment factory is not far, and it only takes a few minutes to walk there. Greeted Jack enthusiastically. The respectful attitude made Fiona feel strange, but she didn't ask any more questions. I didn't feel it when I was in the room, but after I came out and thought about it, I realized that I was too drunk today. They were silent all the way, and when they reached the door, Jack had no intention of seeing her off to the car. Watching Fiona walking towards the side of the road, just when Jack was about to leave, Fiona turned back. Jack, do you think Capital University is suitable for me? Or Jiangsu and Zhejiang University? Hannan City is a small city in western Jiangxi province, right next to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. The distance from here to Suzhou and Hangzhou is closer than to the provincial capital Yuzhong. Therefore, many candidates from Hannan choose to go to universities in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Moreover, the universities there are more selective than those in Yuzhong. Jack didn't expect Fiona to ask this. From what he had learned, Capital University had always been her dream. Jack is not a straight man who knows nothing. He is just used to it and doesn't want to face some problems. Without any selfishness or favoritism, Jack answered directly. Capital University. After a while he added, if you go, you may regret it for a year or two, but if you don't go, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Fiona also understood the meaning of Jack's words. After a while, he turned around with a smile. He also raised his hand and waved at Jack. Capital University. That is a dream that many people can never reach in their lifetime. But Fiona felt that there seemed to be something more important than this dream. Even if she was still hesitant before, after today, she was sure. No matter what Jack said, she would never change. After watching Fiona get into the taxi, Jack walked towards the office. Just now, Fiona has given him the phone number and name of the guest who is on very 6+1. He needs to contact them himself for the rest. Chapter 35, Dad's Backstab. Boss Buy. After 3 days of contact, 7 clothing stores are willing to cooperate with us. We have also placed the advertisements you arranged with newspapers and TV stations across the city. You can see our ads on TV tonight and in newspapers tomorrow. Su Bing has agreed to cooperate with us. His request is simple. Apart from money, he only wants us to build a library and a rural school in his hometown. There are still 3 days left before the refund for the first batch of goods. We have roughly calculated that about 30% of the goods may be returned. But don't worry, although our delivery speed has slowed down, we will have no problem digesting this 30%. At the company's morning meeting on Monday, Jack sat in the first seat and listened to the work reports from various departments. Jack has arranged everything, and we just have to proceed step by step. Starting today, he plans to use bombardment-style advertising to make his clothing brand known to every corner of Hannan City. Once we achieve success in Hannan City, we will use the same model to quickly capture the markets in other cities. I know it's been hard for everyone during this period, but for the future of the company, we have to get through this. After Jack implemented the dividend and bonus system, both the frontline production workers and the department leaders sitting in the conference room had a stronger sense of belonging to the garment factory. Sometimes struggle is not just talk. Only by doing it in a down-to-earth manner can you see results. And now, it's time to witness the final results. Those 7 stores must complete the replacement of their store signs today. I hope the sign I see tomorrow will be Dongxiang's. The opening ceremony is scheduled for 3 days from now. There can't be any mistakes. During these 3 days, we must publicize the opening discount event and make sure that at least 50% of Hannan City residents know about our opening event. Please test the franchise phone line again to ensure that it can at least answer 10 calls at the same time. All the previous work is for the opening ceremony 3 days later. The performance on the opening day largely determines the upper limit of the brand. With good grades and being the center of attention, things will only get better and better. If the results are not good, those partners who are still on the sidelines will continue to consider it. Moreover, most people have a herd mentality. If they see many people buying, they will follow suit. If few people buy it, I will hesitate even if I like it very much. To this end, Jack also took some measures and arranged some people to mingle among the crowd to encourage everyone to consume together. These are just small tricks. It still depends on the strength of the publicity. After the meeting, Heat Sung and Su Zheng did not leave. They still have some things to confirm with Jack. This is the invitation list for the opening ceremony. See if there is anyone to add. Jack took the list and looked at it. The highest-ranking leader is the Deputy Director of the Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce, and there are also leaders from other departments. They all have a good relationship with Heat Sung. There are also some entrepreneurs on the list, but I don't know whether they will come or not. Uncle, you can arrange these. I am not familiar with them. If possible, try to get some big leaders to support the scene. Heat Sung also knew this, but he didn't have the resources to make contact. Jack also noticed Heat Sung's embarrassment and comforted him. It's great to have these people here. Heat Sung nodded and looked at Jack. Jack, what are your next work arrangements? After spending a few days together, Heat Sung has already regarded Jack as his backbone. I initially agreed to let Jack take over the garment factory. I was just thinking about recovering some funds to tide over the current difficulties. Jack not only resolved the crisis, but also made greater strides. And as it moved forward, it also pulled the entire garment factory's employees along with it. Now everyone has high expectations for the Dongxiang brand. It can be said that garment factories are now at their most cohesive. I'm fine. I plan on going back to sleep for the next 3 days. I haven't slept well for a single day during this period, Jack said and stretched. Uncle, the next thing will depend on you and Uncle Su to worry about it. Don't contact me unless it's an emergency. I'll just wait and see the results in 3 days. Whether it's a Mercedes, a BMW, or a bicycle, it all depends on these 3 days, Jack said as he stood up and left. The more critical the moment, the calmer Jack becomes. Instead of waiting in anxiety, it is better to relax and not think about it for the time being. Anyway, what needs to be arranged has been arranged. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Jack left without any regrets. After returning home, I lay down and fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was almost evening. Hime and Bai Xingxue had been back for a while and didn't go to wake him up. They just sat next to the TV and watched TV. It was almost time for Hannan TV to broadcast the weather forecast. Before the weather forecast is played, there are several advertisements. Jack heard the advertisement before he even walked out of the room. Love life, love sports, enjoy the world. Enjoy the endless possibilities. Rush, never give up. The logo of Dongxiang vaguely shows the letters N and G, which means never give up. When placing the advertisement, Jack did not directly link it to charity. Instead, let everyone know about the brand first and then beautify it. With Hannan City's all-around publicity, I believe that within these 3 days, all Hannan residents will know this brand. What's going on today? Whether I'm walking down the street or watching TV, I'm seeing this Dongxiang ad everywhere. Hime was complaining there. The main reason is that the slogan is too brainwashing. Jack did not tell Hime about the establishment of Dongxiang. Hitsung was also busy during this period and did not call Hime. Hime naturally didn't know about this. Bai Xingxuan knew something, after all. He was the one who sorted out all the contracts and treaties. But he didn't tell Hime either. There's no way, my old mother has endless worries. Her tone is always nagging. It's better not to tell her. Dongxiang? What a nice name, and the slogan is also good. I wonder who came up with it. It's awesome. Jack walked over and sat down next to Hime and picked up the watermelon and started eating it. Hime glanced at Jack. Although his eyes revealed concern, his words were merciless. It's none of your business what anyone thinks. I haven't seen anyone all day. Have you forgotten where home is? Sure enough, the wings are strong enough to fly now. Jack chuckled and walked over to massage Hime's shoulders. I can't fly. I still have to rely on my mother's protection. Hime rolled her eyes in disdain. Tisk. Jack didn't care about Hime's expression and continued speaking. Mother, look, this Dongxiang store will open in 2 days. The opening event is so good. How about buying 2 pieces of clothing for your son? Ahem. Bai Xingxue couldn't bear it anymore and coughed twice to signal Jack to stop. Otherwise, if Hime finds out, who knows how she will deal with him. But Jack pretended not to understand. Why? Old White, you want to too? Let's go and have a look together. Hime also turned around and looked at Bai Xingxue. You like sportswear too? How come I didn't know that? Bai Xingxue sighed and continued reading the newspaper. You guys continue, leave me alone. I just have a sore throat. After hearing this, Hime slapped Jack's hand off her shoulder. I got up and got a glass of water and soaked some Sterculia lignofer in it. I told you to smoke less, but you didn't believe me. Just smell it. Even your child is smelling of cigarettes. No more smoking in the future. Bai Xingxue looked a little innocent and gave Jack a look asking him to help him out. Jack blinked his eyes to show that he understood. After all, father and son are of the same mind and share the same difficulties. Mom, if you don't let Lao Bai smoke, that will cost him his life, right? Let's talk about this. How about quitting smoking? Don't worry, my body is like bacon. The more it is smoked, the more fragrant it becomes. Walter White wanted to secretly give Jack a thumbs up. But before he could do anything, he saw Hime coming over with a broom. What did you say? Dad, smoking is harmful to your health. Don't smoke anymore. Lao Bai put down the teacup in his hand and turned to look at Jack. Asked directly, you're not coming back tomorrow night, are you? Have you prepared your camping supplies? Are there any female classmates traveling with you? Jack's mind went blank. It was over. All was over. I had mentioned the idea of camping to Hime before, but was ruthlessly rejected. Later, when he was smoking with Lao Bai, he told him that he would definitely go and asked him to help keep an eye on Hime. I didn't expect that I would be backstabbed. Sure enough, after hearing this, Hime simply ignored the issue of Lao by smoking. Jack in a bad tone. Jack, explain? Chapter 36 on the road. Mom, I'll hit you if you want. Look, I frown. Anyway, you will think all my explanations now are just sophistry. Jack was also determined to give up. He straightened his back and looked at Hime. The 38-year-old me didn't have the courage to talk back to my mother, but the 18-year-old me did. Hime was just talking and didn't really think about hitting him. Can't bear to. I can only sigh helplessly. I don't want you to go because there are many snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the mountains in the summer. It's not safe. I can't help it if you insist on going. Just prepare the medicine yourself. Don't worry, the camping base will arrange everything. Jack saw that Hime's eyes were still fixed on him. He had no choice but to speak. Sure, don't worry. I'll bring your medicine box with me when I go tomorrow. After hearing what Jack said, Hime nodded reluctantly. Remember, no matter what you do, always take safety measures. Hime's words were ambiguous. As a doctor, she has seen a lot of things. Jack was speechless, wondering what his own mother was thinking. I know. By the way, Rose is going? Hime suddenly thought of Rose and asked casually. Jack shook his head. I don't know. She's been grounded recently, so she probably can't go. That's good. I say that's a pity. As they were not on the same page, Jack didn't bother to pay attention to her and went straight back to his room. Before leaving, he said he would call him at dinner time. If he wasn't really hungry, he wouldn't even want to come out to eat. After returning to the room, Jack picked up his phone and saw a text message. It's so annoying. I want to go tomorrow, but my dad won't let me. I really want to go to college soon. The sender is Rose. Ever since she gave Jack the cell phone, she has been sending him text messages out of habit. When I send text messages, Jack might reply 1 or 2 times, but when I send QQ messages, I get no response. It's okay. When we take the photo tomorrow, I'll leave a space in the middle and find someone to Photoshop you in. Jack just pressed the send button and received a reply soon. That's boring. When we go to college, you can go with me again. This time Jack didn't reply. Rose in mind until she graduates from university. It's the same even if you change cities. Jack never writes a bad check. Early the next morning, Jack was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. After a confused hello, the other side started yelling. You haven't gotten up yet? Are you coming yet? You want all of us to wait for you? The person who made the call was Lu Chong. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly, he contacted all the people who were going to participate in the camping activity early in the morning. It's just that his tone was very nice to other people, but it was different to Jack. Jack didn't mind this and just hung up the phone. I looked at the time, and it was just past 8 o'clock. I had no idea what was wrong with Lu Chong. After getting up and washing up, Jack was about to go out when he saw a note left by Hee Mei on the coffee table in the living room. There is still $200 below. Although she disagreed with Jack doing this or that, as long as Jack was determined to do it, she would support him. Jack took the money and went out. It's June, and the sun is shining brightly. Jack had already considered this and put on a baseball cap, ice sleeves, and sunglasses. Of course, there is also Hee Mei's medicine box. Jack, how's business going lately? Jack has become a popular figure in the class group recently. From gossip to entrepreneurship, he can be talked about. The person asking the questions was the short-haired girl who went to pick up the goods last time. Jack had some impression of her and remembered that he asked her name at that time. But now I have forgotten it. It's okay. It all depends on your support. Jack finished speaking. He walked over and put his arm around Lu Chong's shoulders. Squad leader, I haven't seen you for a long time. Why are you getting darker? After the last incident of selling clothes in the small town, Lu Chong went further and further down the path of becoming a villain. It seems difficult to recover. He himself is very optimistic about this. None of your business. Jack thought the words sounded familiar, and only remembered it when he saw Fiona covering her mouth and laughing. It seemed like these were the words I gave to Lao Shu when I first went to see him. After Lu Chong finished speaking, he felt secretly happy and no longer gave Jack a chance to speak. After calling everyone over and counting the number of people, he directly guided everyone onto the bus. Then someone started asking, Class monitor, didn't Rose say she was coming? Why can't I see her? Several people came because they heard Rose say she was coming. I was a little disappointed when I didn't see her. At this time, Lu Chong pointed at Jack. You'll have to ask him about that. Jack spread his hands and said seriously. She has been feeling unwell recently, and the doctor recommended that she stay at home and take good care of herself. Thank you for your concern. I will pass on your regards to her. Lu Chong couldn't bear to listen any longer and spoke directly. Jack, you are so shameless. Oh. Although some people were a little disappointed that Rose was not coming, it did not affect everyone's overall mood for the trip. Jack at the back went arranging everyone to get on the bus. Although you can guarantee a seat, it will definitely not be very good. Just when he was feeling proud of his cleverness, he was soon slapped in the face. Fiona waved to Jack, who came up last. Here! Fiona was the first one to come up. After she found a seat, many people wanted to sit next to her, but they were all rejected. Everyone was curious about who she reserved the seat for and thought of many possibilities, but no one expected it to be Jack. At this time, those with good memory have started thinking about the post she posted before. What she said is not important. What is important is Jack's comment below and her reply. Why do I feel like everyone is staring at me? Jack complained to Fiona after he sat down next to her. Fiona blinked and said playfully, Guess. Fiona, if you look at me like that, I can't guarantee that I won't do something crazy. If it was Rose, she would definitely call him a hooligan when hearing this. Then she blushed and turned around pretending to be angry, and she was fine after a while. But this is Fiona. After Jack finished speaking, he continued to look at him with a mischievous expression. Looking at her like this, it's obvious that she is saying, Come here, come quickly. Jack had the intention to do something, but didn't have the courage to do it yet. so he could only turn his head and look elsewhere to divert his gaze. It took more than an hour to drive up the mountain to the camping base, and the students in the car were all chatting. Apart from universities, the most talked about thing is the recent buzz about sports. There's a specialty store downstairs from us. I took a look at the shelves recently, and the styles are all pretty good. Anyway, I plan to buy 2 sets of sportswear when they open to wear in college. Is it expensive? Well, the original price is quite expensive, but there will be a discount on the opening day. Okay, let's go check it out together. I heard that if you make a purchase on the same day, you can participate in a lucky draw, and the highest prize is a mobile phone. Forget it. Do you think I have that kind of luck? Who knows? What if a blind cat meets a dead mouse? Jack fell asleep while listening to their conversation. I don't know how long I slept, but I felt my shoulder was a little heavy. I opened my eyes and saw that Fiona had fallen asleep on my shoulder without me noticing. Chapter 37, What to Do After You Get Rich. When the car arrived at the parking lot at the top of the mountain, Fiona was also awakened by a loud noise. He squinted his eyes and rubbed his neck. Did you sleep well? My sleepiness disappeared immediately when I heard Jack's voice. Seeing my hair still on his shoulders, I understood instantly. There was a little blush on my face when I just woke up, and it's even redder now. Not bad, just a little hard. Jack spread his hands. Is it my fault? Fiona obviously didn't want to continue this topic, so she pushed Jack while speaking. Let's go. After getting off the car, Lu Chong began to organize everyone to do things. Put up the tent first. The boss said that no one will come up these 2 days, so we can use the tent as we like. Whether you two take one or one each is up to you. Having said this, Lu Chong paused again. In principle, boys and girls are not allowed to live together. Lu Chong caused laughter after he finished speaking. But he was worrying too much, as most of the students in the class were good and honest students. Even if there is a good impression, it would only stop at the stage of holding hands with a blushing face, and I am afraid I would not dare to go further. Lu Chong was just giving a reminder he couldn't control what others did. He continued, the firewood for cooking and the bonfire at night has been prepared. After the tent is set up, the boys will carry the firewood, and the girls will be responsible for cooking and washing vegetables. Everyone had no objection to Lu Chong's arrangement, and everyone had their own division of labor and did their own thing. Jack was no stranger to setting up a tent. In his previous life, he loved camping and fishing. He often went out alone to a river and stayed there for 4 or 5 days. While most people were still putting on their skeletons, he had already put them on. Although the tent was set up under the woods and out of the sun, it was still very stuffy. Jack had the foresight to bring a small battery-powered ceiling fan and hung it inside the tent to cool down the room. Jack, how about giving me a ride? The girl with short hair wanted to be self-reliant at first. But when he found that he had no idea where to start, he had no choice but to come to Jack with a thick face. There's nothing we can do about it, since he's the fastest. Jack asked Fiona when he was in the car and found out again that the girl's name was Zhao Qin. As the first person I fooled, I heard that the business was pretty good when he set up the stall. He's a good business person. You can teach me, but forget about helping you. Getting something for nothing is addictive. If it were anyone else, Jack would have refused directly. Who are you? It's so hot today, and I sweat all over, but have no place to wash. It's not worth it. That's why he said that, because he has a good impression of Zhao Qin. Why are you showing off? Classmates should help each other. Zhao Qin, ignore him. I'm here to help you. Jack is not RMB, and he cannot be liked by everyone. A person who normally disliked him became even more upset after hearing what he said and walked over to criticize him. Lu Chong often quarrels with Jack because of Rose. Apart from this factor, their relationship is still okay. This person is different. He is simply unhappy with Jack. Jack looked at his immature face and really couldn't remember his name. No longer waste your brain. Then it's up to you. However, Zhao Qin verbally rejected the man. Thank you for your kindness. I prefer to do it myself. I can never learn if someone else helps me, but if I do it myself, even if I can't do it well, I can know where the problem lies. Jack smiled and said, this boy is teachable. After being rejected, the man looked gloomy and could only leave angrily. While Jack was instructing Zhao Qin to set up the tent, Fiona had already set up her own tent. He wiped the sweat off his face and walked to Jack's side. Exclaimed after seeing the ceiling fan in his tent. You actually brought a ceiling fan? There was envy in her tone. Why didn't she think of this? How about I give you half of the tent? Jack's tone, but it was hard to hate him. Fiona rolled her eyes when she heard that and continued fanning herself. I choose to die of heat. Don't you want to think about it again? Then, I'll think about it. Even Zhao Qin couldn't bear to listen to their conversation. Why don't you two find a place where there's no one around to talk? I'm still here. Jack shrugged, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, I forgot. Phew. Fiona was amused and felt it was boring to stay any longer, so she waved and left. I'll go see what ingredients we have. By the time she left, Zhao Qin had almost finished her work. Jack warily. Looking at your expression just now, I thought of a word. Lecture. Jack did not refute, but looked at Zhao Qin and said, When I saw you, I thought of a word. Zhao Qin had a puzzled look on her face, but before she could ask, Jack spoke first. Ginger-eyed wolf. Zhao Qin was so angry that her canine teeth were gnashing. But seeing that Jack looked indifferent, there was nothing I could do. After a while, when his anger had subsided, he asked curiously, Don't you like Rose? What's the relationship with Fiona? Gossip is a girl's nature, and she is no exception. I saw you and Rose together some time ago, and I swore to them that you were together. Jack didn't answer the question directly. What's the prescription of your glasses? 300. What's wrong? Then you were a little blind. Jack said and left without looking back. There is a large observation deck next to the camping base, from which you can overlook most of Hannan City. Jack leaned on the handrail and sighed as he looked at the old city. The tallest building you see now is the office building of Jiangxia Company. In this era, it stands out from the crowd. This old city carries too many memories, but the changes and development of the times have destined memories to remain just memories. The streets and alleys that I was familiar with when I was a child will soon be demolished. Skyscrapers will rise from the ground, and that office building will become lost in the crowd. The real estate industry is a product of the rise of the domestic economy. Making money is real, but losing money is also real. In later generations, real estate developers that have nothing to do with the country are often in debt of hundreds of billions and have one unfinished building after another. It's not that the bosses don't want to build, but that they don't have the money to build. A chain reaction may be caused by the break of the capital chain of a building. The boss who was worth tens of billions a day before woke up to find himself bankrupt and burdened with huge debts. This is a trend, and it cannot be avoided. Jiangxia is no exception. Although Jack did not live in Hannan City in his previous life, he was also very concerned about the development of this city. Jiangxia's company took more than 10 years to reach its peak, but it only took less than a month to decline. What are you daydreaming about? For you. Jack came back to his senses after hearing Fiona's voice. Fiona handed over a bottle of iced mineral water. Tell me, if you become very rich in the future, what will you do? Fiona didn't know why Jack asked this suddenly, but after thinking about it, he still answered, Eat, sleep, and read. Well, play games. Chapter 38. Merchants seek profits. No perso. Fiona was not angry at Jack as disdain. I just asked him back, What about you? What are you going to do when you have the money? Jack answered without thinking. Pinch yourself first to see if you are dreaming. Fiona slapped her forehead speechlessly. He turned around and left, probably because he felt that chatting with Jack was a waste of his time. I just took a picture of it. I'll send it to Rose when I get back. I told her you're not a good person, but she still doesn't believe it. After Fiona left, Lu Chong came over with his Canon Pro and showed Jack the photos he had just taken of him and Fiona chatting together. Jack took a look and found that the lighting and angle were good. The sunlight shines through the leaves and turns the light into emerald green. The few rays of sunlight shining through the leaves just happened to fall on Fiona. In the picture, she is looking up at Jack. It's a good photo. Send me a copy later. Is that all? Shouldn't you let me keep it a secret for you from Rose? Lu Chong slowly accepted the fact that in Rose's eyes, Jack might be more important than himself. But he is a person who can let go of things, and he has let it go. College will be better. Why keep it a secret? Seeing that Jack was asking questions even though he already knew the answer, Lu Chong said with a look of disgust. Aren't you afraid that she'll be angry if she sees it? Why should you be afraid? It's not like she hasn't been angry before. Lu Chong was speechless and didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore, for fear that he would be angry to death. By the way, have you figured out what I told you last time? I promised them. Jack sighed. I took out a cigarette and was about to light it when I noticed Lu Chong was looking at me. Want one? There was a hint of hesitation in Lu Chong's eyes. This is not good, right? Then forget it. Jack said this and put the cigarette in his trouser pocket. He lit the cigarette and took 2 puffs. The skilled movements are indeed somewhat cool. Lu Chong's mouth twitched, and he also wanted to try one to try the taste. I just politely refused, but I didn't expect Jack to really not give it to me. I can only think of buying a pack and trying it myself after I get down the mountain. Jack naturally knew Lu Chang's little thoughts, but he didn't point them out. He said while smoking a cigarette, I have arranged for someone to contact the school in town. I will provide all their school uniforms for free from now on. In addition to 2 sets for winter and summer, each student will be given an extra cotton jacket in winter. But our factory is under great pressure, and being able to support one school is already the limit. Lu Chang nodded. I still said thank you. Jack thought it was pretty good that he could do so much. Jack stopped joking and turned to look at Lu Chang. Thank you if it helps. I'll say it every day. What do you mean? Class monitor, I donated school uniforms to the school because of you. Shouldn't you also show some appreciation? After hearing this, Lu Chang quickly took 2 steps back with a look of horror on his face. What do you want to do? Let me make it clear first, I don't like men. Ahem ahem. Jack was shocked by Lu Chang's surprising thoughts. I was choked by the smoke without paying attention. Are you fucking disgusting me? Seeing Jack's expression, Lu Chang knew he was overthinking. He said embarrassedly after a wry laugh. Then what do you want from me? I want to get your sister. What do you want me to get? Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I am an only child and I don't have a sister. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do whatever I can. Jack stopped joking. He turned around and looked at Han and Chung and said slowly, the clothing problem is easy to solve, but the most critical problem is not clothing, but poverty. Lu Chang nodded. He also agreed with this point of view. But I am just a weak person and can't do much. Jack helped me solve all the clothing problems. Seeing that Lu Chang didn't say anything, Jack continued. It is because of poverty that we have the problem of left-behind children and elderly people. They may not earn much money working outside, but in their opinion, it is more promising than staying in the village to grow crops. The money from growing crops is not as much as what they earn from working. Lu Chang is very smart and has a strong ability to draw inferences from one example. After listening to Jack's explanation, I roughly understood it. You mean that if we can give those young people hope to stay, they won't leave? And the hope for them to stay is the opportunity to make money. Jack nodded. Monitor, if you really want to help them, I have a suggestion. Well, you say. Go and see if there are any special products there that can be processed into commodities. I define myself as a businessman, and businessmen pursue profits. As long as it is profitable, I don't mind opening a factory there, even if the price is a little lower. Jack finished speaking. He patted Lu Chang on the shoulder and left. He didn't ask Lu Chang why he would go to so much trouble to help a small town. Everyone has their own secrets. There is no need to interfere. In fact, you can tell without asking that an 18-year-old kid has a simple mind, little social experience, and too much sympathy, and cannot stand the sufferings of the world. It would be even more amazing if there were a few good-looking girls surrounding him and calling him brother with admiring eyes. Jack had his own reasons for making things easier for Lu Chang. Doing good deeds is one aspect, but more likely they are attracted by the future development prospects of the village and Lu Chang's personal abilities. Give him a chance to hone his skills, and he might surprise himself. Behind every successful person, there is a group of people helping them. Jack also wants to find a group of people who know him well and have reliable character to help him. At the moment, Lu Chang counts as 1, and Zhao Qin counts as half. There is still a long way to go. By noon, the firewood had been lit. Several students who can cook were busy in front of the stove, counting the dishes to be prepared. Others chatted and helped. Jack walked over. Someone asked, "What are you two talking about? When did you become so close?" Everyone in the class has always known that Jack and Lu Chang are incompatible. They start quarreling as soon as they meet. It's rare to see such harmony. We talked about our life aspirations, the vast universe, and how to be a useful person to society. Neuropathy. Fiona laughed happily when she saw Jack being criticized. It took a while for me to recover. Boss, there's a fish pond here. Shall we go fishing this afternoon? There are lobsters in the fields next to it, so you can go shrimp fishing. There's a ditch in the mountains where we can catch crabs. If Jack were given a choice, he would definitely choose fishing, but Jack's focus at the moment was not on these. Lobster? Yeah, this kind. Fiona said this and showed the big lobster in her hand to Jack. Late June and early July is a good season for eating crayfish. Want some spicy crayfish? Think. Chapter 39, I'm not going. In this era, Crayfish had not yet become popular in the Jiangxi and Jiangxi regions. Many people have only heard of it, but have never eaten it. Seeing Jack and Fiona cleaning a large basin of shrimps, everyone went over to help. Or are the high school graduates who have just graduated honest and don't know how to be lazy?